Hey, Leah. Hey, everybody. I hope everybody had a good Monday. Oh, let me take this one. Can y'all hear me? Put a thumbs up.
Hey, yeah, I hear you.
See if
Can you
y'all
hear
can
me?
hear me. Mom, can you hear me?
Yeah, that's what I say. I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me? Okay. I had that
Yeah.
Bluetooth in my ear. I had forgot.
Oh, yeah, I can hear you.
Bushmeat
What I'm
packing. Oh,
what I'm
okay.
doing up there on that big screen?
Oh.
Don't start them to talking about me.
Hold on.
I'm gonna be the prop.
Mm-mm. Yeah, I
Did you
don't
have a
want to
nap?
be. No.
Oh, you didn't get a chance to take. I just knew you was asleep there.
Mm-mm. I had to go
Take
do
care of some
some
business. Okay. Woo. All right. Hi, chat. How y'all doing? I hope everybody is well. Hi, Gigi, if you out there. Share the live and tap the screen chat. Help me out. Thank you.
see if this is it. Let me see. I don't know. Yeah, that's it. Yep, so how was your day? How was y'all day? I hope y'all had a good day.
Oh, I took a nap so I
Yeah.
could be ready. Yeah, when I talked to you
Hi,
earlier, I
Elle.
was trying to go to sleep.
Oh, okay.
So I just got out the shower, so I'm ready. I'm ready to swing. No.
No, we ain't swinging. We ain't swinging, honey. We ain't
Well, tell the
nobody.
people. Tell the people, DNT. Tell him you ain't swinging.
I ain't swinging. I ain't swinging, honey. I'm
Yeah.
moderating, moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
See if we can have a good show. It's Monday night. I don't know where the people are, but we
And I
only
want.
just been here, huh?
Well, I hope they come. Everybody come with a good attitude. That would be nice.
Yeah, if they
What you
don't, that'll
think?
be, if they don't, that is what it is too.
Yeah.
It's raining here.
Oh, it rained yesterday. I don't know. It's supposed to rain some more though. Yeah. It's been in the 70s here. The weekend.
Really, that's
Mm-hmm.
good.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Hey, Bushmeat.
Hello.
Hey,
I've been on your panels a couple times. It's Captain Pal, but that page is
Captain
banned right now.
who? The dog
Cap-
emoji.
yeah.
I mean, the
Yeah.
dog.
I'm gonna step away for a minute. Y'all go ahead.
Okay. Hey, happy Monday.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm good. My other page is banned right now because I've been calling people slurs and whatnot.
Oh, well, we ain't gonna do that tonight. We
Nah,
want to
B.
keep bushmeat or whatever. What is it? Bushmeat, bushmeat packer. Thank you, Gigi. Y'all crazy.
Yeah, I'm keeping it cool. I'm gonna keep it cool today.
Yeah, I'm about to keep it more moderate like I used to be too. I'm not trying to get banned and all that.
Hey, host, how you doing?
Hey, African, how you doing?
I'm fine. Just so y'all don't think I'm being deceptive, that's my troll account. I'm really American Indian. You probably remember me as Sniper. But I just think,
Oh, both of y'all, bushmeat.
hold up, who's Bushmeat? Who Bushmeat really is?
Captain Pal, but I keep on getting
Hey
banned because I
yo,
be.
that's
Thank
funny.
you, Michael.
So
Thank
Love's
you.
World. I don't know if I don't know if you've been getting my messages, but I shot you a couple messages from a couple accounts probably. Me and my friends just wanted to thank you for letting us have all of us have an open voice and be able to speak without being muted because most of the times if we're in our op spaces we're gonna be screamed over and talked over. So just to be able to see everybody from all different sides get their voice out is beautiful in here. So when I come here I do patiently wait. I be doing a lot of stuff, but I be waiting.
Wait, you FBA?
No.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah, this is
you.
my super troll. Yeah, I'm
Oh,
American Indian.
okay.
I'm the genealogist on the American Indian side that everybody want to fight.
Well, you American Indian.
Yes,
Wait,
ma'am.
other people American Indian like I don't want to say black, but
Like yeah,
because
like
we might
Negro,
not.
like
Yeah, right. Like
the
freedmen or something like that.
reclassified Negro.
Right. And so other FBAs don't let you speak.
Well, no, nobody lets me speak. Even Indians don't let me speak because I don't got no who's barred. I don't got no cut cards. I just tell it real. I use genealogy as my as my foundation, and I stay on top of it no matter what I'm talking no matter what demographic I'm talking about. And I base it all back in reclassification and pretty much how they changed our names from Negro,
Oh,
colored, black, African American, and all of that. So it
yeah.
covers everybody. It covers us
Hmm.
all. Everybody else going for themselves, so they're not really thinking about the other people who don't know. That's why I got the FBA, the African, the American, all of my mix, because I got the answer for all of them if they just listen to themselves and do their family tree. What up, coach?
Hey,
Yeah.
Kels. Yeah, African. That's what's up. Hey, Kels.
What's up? Can you hear me good? I don't know. I got
Hmm.
my thing on the speaker. Can
Yeah.
you hear me good?
Yeah.
You can? Oh, okay, cool. What's up? You want me to read the prompt or anything?
I mean, you can. We haven't started. We was just, yeah, you can
Oh, okay.
definitely go ahead. No,
Oh,
you
yeah.
can definitely do
I'll
it
read it.
because I won't be on
Oh,
here
okay.
long tonight.
Is black? I was gonna ask. Well, I was gonna say where Mister been at.
I have no. I guess he busy.
Yeah, or he got kicked off or something. I don't know. I ain't been seeing him. I know he.
Yeah.
I know he typically on here. Doing his thing.
He was just on here
Mhm.
last night. I think the day I seen him for sure last night, though.
He
Mhm.
was just up here.
And
Yeah,
I think I saw him the other day. No, he haven't been over here.
not here. I'm
But
talking
Oh,
about.
okay.
He
Oh,
be
let
doing
me
his
read
own
this real
panels.
quick.
yeah,
Yeah, I know he got his own things, but I know he
yeah.
typically. I mean, see, it says is black. Oh, by the way, I'm FBA too as well. I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. Is black too broad to define a people? Yeah, nowadays it is because like y'all been talking about. You know, these are Africans and Caribbeans across the diaspora. They come over here trying to claim us and try to steal our stuff, our history. That's just crazy. But yeah, I believe it is too 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 broad of a term to define the people.
And you go back, Kale. So let me ask you, because I don't think it's nobody up here right now who will give you a
Uh,
rebuttal. But let me ask you, do anybody have a rebuttal for Kale's?
Mm-mm.
That's what I didn't think so. So let me ask you about this conflict. So it's the conflict between, well, I don't know. Some people say they're not FBA, they Black American or African American. So I'll say FBA / Black Americans and immigrants. Do you think it's real or just amplified online?
well, I think there's people that's actually living it and talking about it like y'all do. You know, the Moz, not the Moz, but you know, the people that got their own panels like Leo, Halo, you know, Tariq, they're actually living in it and doing it. You know, they ain't no cult or no group. By no means, it's a lineage. Like, you know, they say you're either born in there or you're not. So, I mean, I think people are getting conscious of it and want to delineate and separate ourselves because, you know, we're checking out these other diaspora of the people, you know, doing this janky stuff and then talk down on us with the baby mama, this and that. And it's crazy. I'll be on here and they like, this be just Jamaicans. He was named World History or Black World History or something. And they was just up in there tethering like a mug. I was trying to find somebody that could spit the knowledge because I can't spit it just as good
Hold
as
on.
other people.
Wait a
I'm
minute,
sorry.
kid. Hold on.
Okay.
African.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
African.
Yes, ma'am.
You said, oh Lord, when they gonna change the dialogue? What
Not
dialogue?
you, not you. I was talking about FBAs because they keep saying I can speak about it
Yeah.
because all right. So listen, I'm like the uncle to the FBA members, the young FBA members, because when I was just a genealogist for one side, I had to be impartial and unbiased because I was in between the FBAs and the Indians who was doing their genealogy, and I had to pretty much do agreements with them that I wouldn't share the information with the other ones because like it wasn't really nobody around that was as nice as me except for the people that taught me, and they became my enemies because I don't know, they didn't want to go my way. But anyway, you know, doing all that genealogy, I learned a lot of stuff, and I talked to a lot of FBA members. And when I am able to encourage them to do their genealogy, they say the same thing that Tariq was saying last week. He's like, I've been doing my genealogy, and I ain't seen an African yet. And so, you know, I encourage them to do their family tree because whoever you are, I'm gonna protect you the way you're gonna protect me. If you want us, your lineage, whether you was a European, a Brit, or American before you were a present day American, you still my brother or my brother in arms, or we might got to fight the same war together. So if I can understand you, your customs, and you can understand me and mine, it's cool. The best way to do that is to do your family tree because then you can share who you are. You are your ancestors. That's my standpoint on it. Because nobody can fight you on what your ancestors did. Nobody can tell you what's not your land or what's not your invention pattern or
Okay.
what's not your. Oh my bad.
No, I'm just saying, trying to figure out where you're going.
Oh, so when I say the FBAs, I feel like their dialogue, their script need to change. They need to get upgraded because now they're using new tools. Now they're saying they're indigenous. Now they're saying that they was here before the transatlantic slave trade and not from the transatlantic slave trade. And now they're not saying Indian and African, Indian and African. They're leaning more towards the indigenous side. So I hope they upgrade. And there's a brother. This on some brother shit, not on some hating shit. Like I hope they transform it a little bit because the world just transformed against them while Ghana tried to use their claim for reparations. And
Okay, well, this is not what the show is about. We're gonna rotate the stage. Thank you for coming up, African.
yeah, you asked me about what I
I
should
know,
have.
I
Okay.
know, but
All right.
thank
All
you.
right. Good night.
Good night. Yeah. So, Kels, yeah. Oh, child. Go ahead, finish what
You
you were
wasn't
saying.
feeling him. You wasn't
No,
feeling. I thought.
it's not. I'm not feeling him. It's just that I'm trying to tonight. Like that was a little too deep, and it's out of my depth. I don't know what to say to that. Like, you know what I mean? I totally agree. It was black people here before slave ship. I agree with that, but I can't talk about that. Like, I don't know enough to talk about or give my opinion at all. And I normally, you know what I mean? I have, he's been up here a couple of times, but I keep getting lost that, okay, we all should do our genealogy, but how much more, like, this isn't about to be a panel about genealogy, not this panel. I'm just saying, this ain't what the topic was about, and I just didn't want to go too deep into that because like I said, I heard them,
I feel you. Yeah, and like I said at the beginning, I be was looking for other people that could go more than in
That's
depth.
cool. He came correct Solomon, but I don't know. I can't. I'm not. I mean, what can I say? I don't know what to say. What was that? I don't know what to say to that. But good job. I have to do my research on that. I'm just not informed on that.
Yeah, I
What
feel
you
you.
say, Kels?
I say, yeah, I feel. I was agreeing with you. Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah, and I don't want to say something wrong because you know what I mean. What am I gonna say to that? I don't want to disrespect anybody. No, you didn't do anything to me, Sniper. It's okay. I'm just not too informed. I'll have to look into that. Like, this panel ain't about, I don't want to be too rude, so I'm just going to be quiet.
I get you though. It's good that you do that because a lot of people don't. You know what I mean? They try to go outside of their bracket of knowledge, and I try to do the same thing because I'm where you at. I'm like, I get it, but I don't know enough, so I tend to stay away from it and do my research at the same time while I'm staying away from it.
Right. Hey, go Rev. Yes, that's all. And I don't want to spend, I shout out to him. Shout out to African Sniper. He doing the good work that he do for his people, for whatever people. So shout out to that, you know.
You're
Um,
right.
huh?
Yeah, I feel you. You're right about that. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. I can't really say nothing about that. So yeah, so what was I didn't mean to cut you off, but I had saw something in the comments and I was just wanting a little clarification. So you saying it's broad, so you saying that you believe it's more than just online now, right, Kels?
Yeah, I mean, people's actually, you know, living there. Like you got FBA Red and stuff, and
Uh-huh.
putting in the work. What was that? What's that lady name that be on the lives? She doing the paperwork. That like
You talking
things
about
like that.
Brooke? You talking about
Yeah,
Brooke?
Brooke. Yep, Brooke.
Hmm.
Yep. Getting things pushing like that, and actually doing the footwork and setting it up. Because I remember when Johnny Cochran when he passed. And I was a kid. I was like in junior high. And I was like, man, that's messed up because I thought he was going to, if anybody could do it, he could. He was fighting for reps for us, and then they
Maybe
took
he
him out.
could have.
Huh?
Maybe he could have if he would have had more time.
Yeah, because he was brilliant. He got OJ off recently.
I agree, L. I agree, L. And it is what it is because L. And what y'all think about this Bushmeter and Kales? Everybody not going to agree. If you called yourself Black American, it's going to be some people who say, "Oh, I'm Freedman," or "I'm Negro," or "I'm African American." You know what I mean? So I don't see us ever agreeing on one thing ever.
Yeah, I don't think so neither. It's going to take a while, but like we said, the black diaspora. I don't know if you could say like African. 'Cause I know like the panel's been saying you can't say a certain particular racial group, but I'm just gonna say it because I don't think it is. But Africans, Caribbeans, like we said, we thought they was all gonna get on code when they came over here with us, but no, they didn't. They was on the white tees side, and calling us baby
Right.
mamas, hood rats, thugs, all
Yeah.
lazy, all that.
Everybody ain't African. You're right, Sniper. I
And I
mean,
was
but
just
Yeah,
they
I
say
ain't
if you
African.
believe in that out of Africa theory, they say everybody came from Africa. So if you want to say that,
I even asked Gemini that, and they said it was true. Like they believe in the theory that everybody, even white tea people, came out of Africa, and it doesn't matter where you are. But I'm like, ain't that a theory? But I was talking to
that's a
Zoe
theory.
Williams. Yeah,
It's
I was talking to
definitely
Zoe Williams on the live, and I brought that argument up. And you know who Zoe Williams is? He's a California. Tariq knows him and everything. But yeah, he tried to clown me because I said, "Ain't out of Africa theory a theory?" And he's like, "No, this is facts," and or whatever he said, and then went on to like beat me across the head for asking a question. And, but yeah. Anyway,
So I do want to make this announcement. If you're anyone who can't take pushback or being challenged, whether that's Black Americans or immigrants, this will not be the panel for you moving forward. I'm here to moderate. I'm not here to police people. But I don't want my page being banned. But I'm not. You know what I mean? Everybody grown. I'm not. Just because I'm Black American don't mean I have to agree with everything y'all say. And just because I want other people and diverse views on my panel don't mean I have to agree with everything they say. So moving forward, straight line, focus, meet in the middle. Because, I came in here by myself, and everybody is strangers to everybody. Well, all y'all strangers to me, and I want to just keep it like that. It's just been too much going on, and I cannot please everybody. Everybody seems to have a problem. Either it's my side of the gate or the other side. So now, just, let me do what I came here to do, and that's hold debate panels and moderate them, not talk about my personal feelings about certain issues and nothing like that. Now go ahead, Bushmeter. What was you saying?
I know what you're talking about. I seen you on old dude's panel, and he started doing all that hooting and hollering. I think his name is Dynasty. He was like, "Oh yeah."
You was there?
I was in the comments. I was like, "Leave her alone." I was like, "Y'all were." I was like, "Y'all crazy as hell." I was like, "It don't make no sense because going back and forth." And I was like, "It sounds stupid because essentially you doing the same thing. Love is just giving she's just letting everybody speak,
I'm a
which is
content
cool."
creator. I'm not out here. That's exactly all I'm doing. I'm a content creator. So I'm not, I know I'm power to the people, but this is like a platform. You know what I mean? I'm not.
I was like, when he started doing that and doing a lot of talking, I was like, that don't even make sense. All she's doing is, and you always correct other people when they start talking a little too much crazy stuff about your people, which is what you should do. But it's like they just want you to beat down and cuss everybody out, and I'm not like that either. I try to stick to the facts, and the fact of the matter is, bing, bang, boom.
Right. It is, moving forward. You can't make everybody happy. Hey, Lizelle. Hello?
So you,
Hold on, Mom. Hi, Lizzo.
Liesel,
Lizzo, how you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. And you guys?
I'm doing good. Hold on, Lizzo. What was you saying, Mom? Was you about to say something? Hey, AA.
What's
yeah,
up?
but go
No, I was just
ahead.
starting
I'm
to
not gonna
get on the
backpedal.
line to listen.
How you
Huh?
doing, Miss Nisi and Love's World?
Hey, AA.
Hi, how you doing?
What you say, Mom?
I said go ahead and go ahead and talk with them. I said I'm
Oh,
not gonna backpedal on what y'all was talking about. Go ahead.
okay. All right. Hi, Lizzo. How you doing?
Hi, I'm fine.
Did you want to respond to the prompt or something, or you just came up here to talk? Hey, Revenues Eyes. Hey, this Ninja.
Yeah, I was just escaping from one life
You said
that was,
escaping.
yeah, from one. I'm a South African black woman,
Uh-huh.
and I was running away from one life because, like,
You
South
know you
Africans are
funny.
now in a big fight over illegal immigrants, especially Nigerians, who are doing atrocities in our country. So right now it's totally uncomfortable to be
You say
South
you
African.
South African?
Yeah, I'm closer.
Oh, okay. It just sounds like a little Arab or something in there. I don't know.
Why all of you saying that? You know, I
It
have
just
cold
do.
hair. I don't even put on makeup.
Oh
Why
yeah,
do you
no,
guys?
I don't know. I don't know if you
I've
say you
got a
from
big
South
butt
Africa.
and
I'm
big
just saying.
hips. Hi, guys. Why are you saying I'm Arab?
No,
No,
I said you sound like one a little bit.
really.
Maybe it's to my American ears.
Yeah, South
you hear
Africans.
how you rolled your R?
South
That's why.
Africans are are not they the bootlicking Africans.
They
Oh.
are not. They're fighting for what they believe in, which is what they
But
should do.
I'll be back. I'll be back for the Wahala. I just came to say
Okay,
hi.
yeah,
Well,
this is
hey, he paid for the Wahala.
Oh, you made it.
Yeah, he
I
smoked
didn't know
bush
you were
meter.
gonna.
Wasn't that
I
from the
didn't know you had
Vikings?
made you sorry.
Bush meter. Wasn't that from the Vikings? He said he'll be back for the Wahala.
Mm-hmm.
He owns some Viking stuff. Okay,
Well,
so
you know,
you.
I mentioned him earlier today. He done popped up, huh? I didn't even see
Mm-hmm.
him down there. Okay,
Lord. So
come back.
Liza, you okay? So Liza, he'll be back. Lizzo, you said you escaped. Now carry on.
okay. So when we start this, I'd like to tell you guys I've been there during the apartheid times and after. So after Nelson Mandela was elected as the president of South Africa, the borders kind of went open and people flocked into South Africa. So then it became they stayed in people's backyards, South African people's backyards. So South African have house visited immigrants from other nearby countries on the continent into our backyards, and those people went and worked, and we had a great relationship until the great Nigerian entrepreneurs came and sold powder like it's
Okay,
nobody's
ma'am.
business.
Hold on, ma'am. Hold on. Where you going with this? With
I'm
you?
going
So
with
you
this with
escaped in
this.
here to tell this story?
No, I'm going with this to this prompt of yours. It
Oh,
seems like
really?
your prompt said,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. All
So
right. So you talking
I was
about
like,
the prompt? You giving like something
yeah,
that's going on with you?
I'm just giving you a little background so that you can understand where we come from.
Okay.
So now we have this fight about that we want the illegal immigrants out of South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
And we are being seen as xenophobic because that is what we want. We want them to obey our laws, and we want them to do as we do when we go to their countries. And because of that, we are being seen as xenophobic and as people and as black people who have black hate on other black people.
Okay. You can't say hate. You HATE. I love TikTok shop. I love TikTok shop.
Oh, I'm
So you
sorry.
gotta
So
have TikTok friendly language. Can
okay.
you tell us? Can I give you 20 so because we can? Can you land your plane so we can get to the other
Yes,
people?
I'm landing. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Diallo, hi.
Hi,
How you doing?
I'm good.
You want to respond to the prompt?
Yeah, is black too broad to define people? I think it is too broad because it's a color. So how can you define people by a color? I feel like you should define people by the origin, like where they came from. And yeah, like in Africa, we define people by their tribe, by their culture, by their where they came from, not by skin color. So yeah.
You still have a minute and 40 to speak.
Wow. Okay. um so basically, yeah, I feel like skin color shouldn't define someone's origin. It should define someone's, I don't know, like race. It doesn't even it shouldn't define someone's race either. I feel like the only people that are like defined by skin color is black and white people. The rest is like Latina, African, or like European, like by birthright. So like by birth, like where they are birthed at, like their citizenship. So I feel like we shouldn't, define people because by skin color, but rather the origin, like where they came from. And yeah, so we should call black people Americans, like white people Americans as well, like just to be fair. Instead of like, choosing and picking which one, because white also shouldn't be called white people. It's just that here in America, white people and black people doesn't have an origin. You know, like they have an origin, like white people came from Europe and then black people came from Africa. But you have people like saying no, they didn't came from Africa. So now it's confusing. So, but to define someone's race or origin by skin color is unfair.
Okay, thank you, Diallo. Anybody got a rebuttal for Diallo?
I do.
Okay, Bushme, go ahead.
Okay, so you can't relegate everybody to a place that they stay where they're from because they have different ethnicities. That's why I say we should get rid of the theory of race because race is not real. When you say black in America, you're just talking about a specific ethnic group. Black in America qualifies as an ethnic group in their race. Mind you, race is just a social construct. Because me and Love are both black, FBA, freedmen, whatever you want to call it, but we look different. Mind you, but we both black. Because I'm pale and Love is caramel. So it's two different things. That's why we say we should just go by ethnicity. So to relegate somebody, their whole identity just to be where they're from, it's a little null and void, right? And then y'all say in America, mind you, there are only 3 places in the world that relegate everything to race. And everybody else has a category. Like Brazil has mixed, the Negritos, and all this other stuff. So with that being said, we should just get rid of the theory of race because only South Africa uses race, the USA, and Britain. And just to go back from what the South African woman was saying, Love, she was basically saying they basically going through the same thing that we're going through because Nigerian and Somali immigrants are coming in and taking jobs, and they're working for less than what the other people like the natives are willing to work for. So that's why the unemployment is so high as well. And then the Nigerians, they brought in some booger sugar into Johannesburg in the 90s. And so it's been pretty much like a crime thingy. And so like South Africans have kind of taken into their own hands and started messing them up and burning down the businesses and beating them up and getting them out of there. But I've been there. My family got a couple of family members got some restaurants out there, so I go there quite frequently. But I'll land.
Well, whatever you eating, it must be good, baby.
Salad, ice cream, and cookies.
Okay.
Okay, so Diallo, you have anything to say to that?
No, I agree because like I'm not educated enough. So like for me it's like because I grew up like where people are not called by the skin color, but their citizenship, like where you came from. So yeah.
So people don't call themselves black on the continent.
When we come here, we are called black.
No,
Whether
I'm
we
saying
like
when you there.
when we're there, we're not called black.
Interesting. Okay, you ready for your question?
Don't lie. Utenokoka. No, don't lie, Sissy. We
Wait a
have been
minute.
called black in Africa. Yini betunana. Why are you lying?
But you live in South Africa where you have white people in South Africa. But in my country, we don't have white people in our country. So we were never called black.
Yeah, can I speak on that real quick? I wanted to add something to that.
Go
I
ahead.
say
Yeah, like it'll be kind of pointless in sub-Saharan Africa, at least, to be calling people by racial code black when black literally means, by definition, of sub-Saharan African descent. So it just wouldn't make sense for the most part, besides maybe like South Africa, to be called a descendant or coming from sub-Saharan Africa if you're actually in sub-Saharan Africa. So that's why black isn't used, except for maybe places with mixed race people or a mixture of races like South Africa. So it just wouldn't make sense. And then, so the
Okay,
person that
I
said,
get it. You can land your plane. I get it. There is no reason to call them black, right? So I can get to her question.
okay,
Diallo, you ready for your question? Then we'll get to you, men. You ready for your question?
Yeah.
Okay. Are we arguing over culture, economics, or political access?
We argue for everything. Like, we argue for like political aspect, like reparation. Like, should Africans get reparation for what Black people went through? And we argue for culture. Should Black African blend in with African American culture? So we argue for so many things, you know. And so yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hey, Miss.
You said who?
Hey, Min. Your name Min,
Hey, how you
though,
doing? How
right?
you doing? How you
You
doing?
guys
What's
does
going
it
on?
say Min? It's Freeman.
Freeman,
Oh, that
yeah.
little box. Okay. All right. Hey, Freeman.
What's going on? How are you?
I'm doing okay. Oh, I'm doing amazing, actually. You want to address the prompt?
Yeah, hold on. Let me take my shades off. I can't really see. FBA versus global black. Is black too broad to define people?
Actually, it's black too broad to define people. It's just that was just what they sent me, and I didn't crop it out. So go ahead.
No, I don't think black is too broad because again, if just population wise, black people in America are only 13% with compared to the rest of the population. I think someone said something about destroying of a social construct, but I think you would have to have a consensus of society to just go about that. You just can't just change it just because you don't like it or you don't like the definition of the word. Um, but yeah, no, I don't think it's a broad term at all. And if you, yeah, and the social construct rhetoric he was spewing, it's just like um, a lot of things are social constructs, but we just don't change them just because you don't like 1% of the U.S. population or you don't get along with the 1% of the U.S. population that are also black. So yeah, I don't think it's a broad term at all. And what I forgot the questions you asked the young lady, but I'm ready for the questions.
Oh no, it's a rebuttal. Anybody have a rebuttal for Freeman?
I didn't get what he was saying about the other,
Okay, who
about
is it? Wait a
the.
minute, hold on. Bushmeat Kels, you got one too?
I got one too.
Okay, so Bushmeat, go ahead.
Can he clarify something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you clarify what you were talking about when you said we don't agree with the one, just because we don't agree with the 1% of black people, quote unquote, here, and it kind of got a little lost in the sauce. So I'm just trying to
Oh
respond
yeah, no
after the.
problem, brother. Yeah, because a lot of people mistaken the word black as a racial description, right? It's a racial classification. A lot of FBAs think it's a ethnicity for some reason, and it's not. I think people just need to open up a dictionary and just read the definition
10
of what
seconds.
black. Hmm?
10 seconds. You can, and then he got.
Okay, yeah, just, yeah, because I think people are mixing up race with ethnicity. Black is not an ethnicity; it's a race. It's a race.
Okay, Bushmeat, you ready for your rebuttal?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
So I'm gonna make it real quick. So it actually is black qualifies as a race and ethnicity in America because historically we've really been the only ones to classify ourselves as black ethnically. You know what I'm saying? That's what Negro is, right? It's just a Portuguese/Spanish word for black. But Harlem Renaissance, we started referring to ourselves as black, just like James Brown. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. We've all done that. We've done that. Historically, it's only been us. And you can bring up the noir thing, the Kemet thing, but it falls null and void because it's not on any of their senses. We called ourselves black. That is what we named ourselves. Black during the Harlem Renaissance, which is cool. And if you look it up on everybody, I encourage you to look it up on Google to see if black Americans, we use the terms interchangeably. We only use African American when we're attempting to be formal. That's it. We only use it when we're attempting to be formal. This is why you can go down south in the love. I'm pretty sure you down south. All you got to do is ask people what they are. And if they black American, they're going to tell you they black. They're going to be like black. Nothing else. Ain't no African American. The only reason they do that is on paperwork. My grandmother, my great grandmother, and my grandmother still refer to themselves as colored and darn freedmen. Literally. But I'll win.
Yeah, I would suggest you open a dictionary instead of just looking it up on Google. I think that would probably help for like defining words, actually. But yeah.
Okay, you got the final say, Miss. Just and then Kels, go ahead.
But yeah, I think he suggested us to go to Google to figure out what the word means. I think the authority of definitions of words is it's a book called the dictionary. So instead of just going on Google and typing in a loaded question to get whatever answer you wanted, I would just open up a dictionary, sir, and just look up what black, the capital B means. Black means of sub-Saharan African descent. I don't care if you go down south and get a definition from a random person, you're still wrong. I'll land right there.
Okay, Kels.
Facts. Hold on. Chad,
Mom.
can we get somebody else? Okay.
Yeah, go
Trying to
ahead.
get
Go
50.
ahead though. Hold on, Kel.
Can we get 50K on the heartbeats? Help me check. Tap, 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 tap. Now help me out now. Can we get up to 50K?
Okay.
All righty.
Thank you. Go ahead, Kels.
Yeah, no, I don't know if I'm doing the rebuttal right, but no, I'm just saying there's a big difference. I think it is too broad because there's a difference between me, I'm American born and raised, versus,
Hold on. Kel, so you rebutting what Freeman said.
yeah, yeah, well, or yeah, Freeman, yeah,
That's
what he
what you're
was
doing
saying.
right now, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
So
Thank you.
yeah, I think it's different. I know it's like sub-Saharan, what you was defining as, and Google, but shit, that's
No,
the same
dictionary, not Google, brother.
Yeah, and yeah, that's what I mean.
Hold
Dictionary.
on, hold on.
No, he's
Moving
good. He
forward,
good.
no. Let me set the
Okay.
ground rules, okay? If you talk over a person speaking, I will mute you if you do it more than once, and if you do it continuously, I'm just gonna drop you. So let's give each other the respect. Freeman, he didn't come off his mic, okay? So let's let him get his rebuttal out, and then you have the final say, okay? All right, go ahead, Kels.
All right.
Thank you for
I'm
the
trying
gift.
to remember what I was saying. But no, like the difference between like Diallo. She's like South Africans or something. But we're like different people. I mean, we're all got maybe the same complexion, but we're like different people, like an African and American or Caribbean. Of course, they all define us as black when we're just talking, just so we can know. I mean, even white people are trying to say they're heritage American, still in the FBA thing, but there definitely is a description because even the Italians and the Europeans, the Caucanoids, they're separating themselves. They didn't even let the Italians be Caucasian until like just recently. And there is a difference, I think, and I think it is too broad of a term, you know, like FBA. Some people don't agree with it. Yeah, I just want to stay on code, so I'll say FBA because that's the thing right now. But anyway, I'll park my hoopty right there.
But Kales, that's the thing for some people, not all. Just letting you know. Okay,
What is that?
fine.
What you saying?
Huh?
What are you saying? What you
No,
saying?
I'm
What you
saying
talking?
like you saying, you trying to stay on code, you going with the flow basically, because that's what's being called. But I just wanted to let you know it's Friedman is popular. It's quite a few things. Solon is popular. It's not just FBA. People are deciding what they want to be and what they want to be called as individuals. It looks like to me.
I agree. I agree.
All right, Mans, you got the final say.
You talking to me, right, Freeman? Yeah. Yeah. The term, yeah, I just don't think it's broad. I don't see YT Americans or YT people trying to point out Irish people, Italian people. They all kind of hit us with a pan a pan white situation that's going on in America. I really don't. Yeah, I don't really. And then like this is what I meant to say. Like these personal dictionaries we walk around with, some of us, right? And this is where a lot of the miscommunication comes from. We have people running around with little personal dictionaries that they just add on to when they take trips to down south, Midwest, and all these places. we just need to just use English is in our language. I would say, right? English is in our language, so we should just use the dictionary and communicate with the definitions from these words from the dictionary. Like people keep walking around with
Okay,
like,
let me
again,
okay, so we can rotate the stage. I gotta ask you your question first. So can you
yeah,
finish
I'm
that
ready.
your
Yeah, I'm ready.
question?
Yeah, go ahead.
You ready? Okay. Does labeling ourselves FBA or whatever strengthen communities or create silos?
It definitely doesn't strengthen. It makes us look weak, to tell you the truth. From the first term, I think it was called African Descendants of Slaves. That was just so low level to me to start my lineage genesis at slavery. That one I really had to really just spit on that name, ADOS. That one really made me sick to my stomach when they came out with that. To start your lineage at slavery, I literally had to spit out of my mouth when I heard that. And I'll give you an example of how idiotic that is. We have small hats that don't run around saying that they're descendants of the H cost. You know what I mean? It's just a way to get pity from YT people, essentially, right? To just make them feel bad. And it was just a weak branding. And I'm happy they dissolved as well too. And then foundational is another weak term. I just don't think it's a weak. African American is probably the best term that we should go by. Freeman has a little bit of history to it with the Freeman banks and stuff like that. It's more respectable. But I'm so happy ADOS is gone, because being a descendant of slave and then getting mad at Africans when they call you slaves when your identity was called a descendant of slaves is just ironic to me. You know what I mean? Like you literally run around for 3-4 years on X calling yourself a descendant of slaves, and then when an African from Zimbabwe call you a descendant of
Hey
slaves,
Freeman,
it's xenophobia.
Freeman, are you Black American?
Yeah, I'm African. I'm African, regular African American. I'm not with the acronyms and
What's
stuff like
regular
that.
African American?
Virginia for the most part, and a little bit of North Carolina.
So are you the same lineage like as FBA?
No, yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. These are my cousins. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
Your cousins mean your family was the
They really
descendant.
African Americans, but they running around with this little FBA banner. Yeah.
So you think maybe you more on the Pan African side?
No, I don't even actually believe in Pan African. Pan Africanism was something that was the strongest post colonial times. You know, that's when we really needed it. In 2026, I don't think it'll work. It's just too much division in the Black community globally. Yeah.
But you okay with Black Americans and
African American,
African people?
African American. Yeah, I'm cool
What
with
about the
African.
Black Americans? What about people who just go by Black
A Black
American?
American could be a Jamaican. That's American. A Haitian. That's
What
an
about a
American.
Negro? What about a Freeman or a Negro?
Now, Negro, I don't like that either. Negro was
You
super
talking
derogatory.
about the Negro people, that lineage of people. So if they not African American, is what you telling me? That's
They were labeled that, but that was a different time, and it comes from a different language. So yeah, I think African American would probably be the best right now. Yeah.
okay. Well,
Love.
thank you, Ms. Thank you for your answer. Okay. Ooh, tell the think tank.
Yes, ma'am.
How you doing?
Good. How you doing today? Thanks for having me up on the panel. Just to address the prompt, is black too broad to define a people? Well, we have to. No, it's not too broad, but we have to understand where does these racial categories come from. So the Europeans invented these racial categories, namely Carl Linnaeus and a German by the name of Blumenbach. They created these. These people were white supremacists who invented these categories as a justification for colonization and slavery. They put the Caucasoid category at the top near the angels and the Negroid category at the bottom near the animals. And they do that. They did this in order to divide and conquer the world based on skin color. So the Negroid category was a category that they put on Africa, specifically sub-Saharan Africa. Those are the Negroids. They did this in order to justify, them colonizing and enslaving the people of Africa. So Europeans invented these categories. It wasn't invented in America. These categories were invented before America was a country, before America was a colony. They were invented by Europeans, and Carl Linnaeus is Swedish, and Blumenbach is a German. So you understand that America is a British colony, and the British inherited it from these other Europeans. So it's not just for Black Americans. And what I'm hearing from FBAs is they want to monopolize a category that the white man gave them. So imagine a European invented this category to put you next to the animals, and you want to monopolize it and say this belongs to us only. I think it's sad that the authentic identity was wiped away during the transatlantic slave trade. African Americans are owed reparations, but trying to monopolize a Black category is not the way to do it in our land.
Okay, thank you, Bushmeat and Kales and Men's. Thank y'all. But I'm gonna rotate the stage and get to
Can
the
I say
new
something before I
people.
go?
Go ahead, Bushmeat.
Just to correct him, right? Because definitions change, right? If you go by the 1826 definition of Black, it just describes somebody of darker skin. And that's why
Go
I
ahead,
say,
Men's. Go ahead, Bushmeat. Thank
oh,
y'all. Y'all can come
it,
back.
Why would you use the
got you. It
1979
just, it
definition
just,
in
excuse me, sir. Excuse
2026?
me, sir. It just
Thank you,
describes
Brandon. Thank you.
that of darker skin. That's it. All you had to do was be darker skin and be considered Black in America. And also, the term African American is not a solidified term. With the OMB in 2024, it just talks about somebody of African descent. And Nigerian can be an African American, all these other people can be an African American. Definitions change, which is why it's pertinent for us to set the term for what we would like to be called. That's why I said he came up here and was factually dishonest. Google is ever updating, just like all these other search engines. Don't listen to these people. Thank you, love.
You're welcome, Bushmeat. You can come back up too. Well, you can stay. Hold on. Yeah, actually, you can stay up here. The person didn't come up.
Okay.
Okay, so anybody had so was that a rebuttal? Anybody got a rebuttal for Tether Think Tank? No. Okay, let me get to your question, Tether Think Tank.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, are Black American communities losing jobs to immigration or to corporations seeking cheap labor?
Are they losing jobs due to immigration?
Yep, I'll repeat it. Are Black American communities losing jobs to immigration or to corporations seeking cheap labor?
I would say no. Black Americans are a very educated ethnic group, a very educated racial group in America. 60% are in the middle class. I don't see how an immigrant who comes to this country and doesn't speak the language can outcompete an African American for a job. So, but I don't know the statistics. I know that there were a lot of jobs lost by African Americans when they undid DEI earlier this year. So I don't think immigrants had anything to do with that. So I don't think there's really any real competition between African Americans and immigrants. African Americans are are more qualified. They've been in this country longer. They know how the system operates. So there should be no competition.
Okay, thank you, Tether Think Tank. Franny, hi, how you doing? Any Black Americans want to come up that can handle a debate because everyone has a voice here? Franny, hi,
Hi,
how you doing?
my name is Francis,
Hey,
3 years
Francis.
old, and I was
Oh, wow.
looking at the topic.
Hold on.
Is Black too broad to define people?
What was that? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, I was kind of. Go ahead.
I think that Black is a little bit too broad to define a people because we are not Black. We're not the color of a crayon. It's misleading. Russians, I mean, I don't know if Russia is a color in Russian. I don't know other languages, but nobody else is going by a color besides black and white. So I think it is too broad to define a people, because now look at how many black people are divided. But if you put a black person in a magazine and show a picture, a Haitian, a Cuban, whatever color a person with melanated skin, the world is going to call them black,
Yep, you got a minute and 30 seconds left. Are you done, Franny?
Other thing that I know is that, like, my mom is she's Hispanic, but on her birth certificate it says that she's white. On my grandma's it says she's white. They're all Hispanic, you know what I mean? So white is just another, I guess, way of saying American in America,
Anybody have a rebuttal for Franny? No? Okay.
I'm not sure I understood the main thesis of her point. I don't understand.
You can have a back and forth with her. Maybe she can explain it to you,
So, are you
Telegram.
saying that black is too broad or is it too narrow? What is your position?
I'm saying it's too broad, like it's too wide of
Hold
a
on real quick. Hold on real quick. Okay, Bushmeter, I'm going to rotate the stage, okay? I got one person. Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Go ahead, you two. I'm sorry.
So who is included in black and who is excluded? Where
well,
does black?
I think my opinion, because at the end of the day it's all gonna come down to a person's opinion. I think that if you put a melanated person, a Cuban, Puerto Rican, a black, a Haitian, if you put any of those in a picture, the world will define them as black because they are dark skinned.
Hold on. Original, did you have a rebuttal?
In Africa, they don't call themselves Africans. In Africa, we call ourselves Africans. Like, in America, some of us, because now it's so divided.
Original.
Yes, hi, how are you?
Fine. Did you have a rebuttal?
No, I was just gonna speak to the prompt and then we
Oh,
can.
okay. All right. So nobody has a rebuttal for Franny? Okay, Franny, let me ask you your question. Should immigration policy prioritize communities already struggling in America? Are
Mute your
you,
mic.
I
are
don't
you with,
think,
are you with
I don't,
us?
are you talking to me?
Yeah, are you busy?
Oh. No, I'm not busy. I was just listening to what you were saying.
Oh, okay. I'm like, it's taking her. Okay. All right. Do you need me to repeat it or you got it?
Please,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry.
No, that's okay. Should immigration policy prioritize communities already struggling in America?
I don't really think that they are struggling too much. I mean, I think that depending on like who owns the business, because I live in California here, and there's a lot of like different races of people. You know what I mean? We have Chinese, Middle East. We have a lot of different people. And a lot of them hire their own people. You know what I mean? And so I don't really think it's, I think just a lot of Americans don't want to work right now. I really do.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. You throw, hey, you want to address the prompt?
Yes, I do, and it's great seeing you again.
Thank you. Good to see you
Do you have a
too.
good Easter?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, that's so good. Okay, so give me a second. Is black too broad to define a people? Yes, because I'm gonna kind of explain better what Franny was trying to explain, because I've addressed this prompt before. But basically, to extend what she said,
it's broad because yes, anybody who has melanated skin is under the category of black. Black is the color of a crayon, or black is the color of, a color. That's what it is. It's anyone with melanated skin. And, I feel like black Americans, and it's just known statistically, they try to take the word black and then come to America, and then just because their nationality is American, they like to add, I'm black American. And then you see when somebody who's Jamaican, Haitian,
Hold on
or
real
African
quick.
comes in.
You thought I'm gonna give you a couple of seconds extra.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not here to stop everything
Oh,
everybody say. I'm here to only provide rebuttals. If somebody had a problem on this stage with what this lady just said, it's their job to rebut her. It's not my job to give rebuttals to everything everybody say. That's not my job moving forward. It's the people up here, the other guests. I'm the moderator. It's the people up here it's their job to give rebuttals. I asked if anybody had rebuttals more than once. Go ahead, you throw.
okay, to add to that, yes, they like to take the word black and then add it to themselves, and then when the Jamaican person, the Haitian person, the African person comes along, they come here, and if they want to say, I'm black Americans are going to call them a tether, they'll call them somebody who's trying to fake and cosplay, or try to switch destinies with them. Nobody's trying to switch destinies with a group of people who are so embarrassing to be around socially. On an intelligence level, it is so low.
So this is what we're not gonna do.
Oh,
We're not coming here with personal attacks
it's
against
not
one
personal.
another. It is. Everything you just saying. I see that's what I'm saying. I'm getting pulled in too many different ways. We need to don't attack the people or a whole group of people. Attack the prompt. Speak to the prompt.
Okay.
It's no more of that. Or don't come on this platform, Black American or immigrant. I'm tired of it. I'm sick of it.
Okay.
That is not what this is here. So please address the prompt and stick to
Okay, I
that.
hope it's the
Not
same with
attacking whole groups of people. Go ahead.
I know,
20
but I just hope it's
seconds.
the same with FBAs who try to mock us as well.
You know what? That's this what I'm not gonna do. You throw. I run my panel the way I want
Yeah,
to run
man.
it.
I
And that
know.
goes
My
to
bad.
FBA and
My
you
bad.
and immigrants alike. If I decide to feel a little in my feelings one day and want to let some stuff slide for my
Yeah.
people, that's my choice. And if
Yeah.
I'm feeling a certain kind of way and I want to let something slide for anybody else, that's my choice too. But ain't nobody gonna police the way I run my platform. You don't like it, don't come. Now land your plane.
I still had like a good 30 seconds left, but I'm just gonna explain in like short what I was gonna finish off and say. I was gonna say that I can see the comments and they all think that we're trying to destiny swap with them and we're trying to steal their identity. I'm not gonna add any insulting comments to it, but I'm just gonna say if we look at it on a statistical level, there's a group of people you would wanna associate with, and there's a group you don't want to. Africans have their own culture and identity, and they don't need to tether on yours.
Okay.
Everybody knows where they come from. They eat African food. They do African
Okay, land
cultures.
your
That's not
plane.
tethering. And I
Land
land
your
there.
plane. Thank you. Anybody have a rebuttal for you though?
I do.
Go ahead, tell the think tank.
I disagree with you, Yutho, in one sense.
Hold on.
African
Tigo, you got one too?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
African Americans have a unique culture, a distinct culture, and we should not belittle African American culture. It is a culture of resistance. They really did expand the democracy in America and make freedom absolute and extend rights to people who are not African American. So it's unfair to denigrate their culture. But the only thing I will say is that it's the white tea people are the ones who enforce this flat blackness. So in America, Jamaicans, Nigerians, Ethiopians, Somalis, we are all black. So the issue is not with the immigrant. If you think black is too broad, it's because the white tea man puts us all in the same category. So we all exist in the same mental category in the minds of the white tea people. This is why we are all black. It's unfair to immigrants to say that we are trying to steal a category that we're lumped into with everybody else. And I think it's unfair to African Americans that their authentic identity was taken away during the transatlantic slave trade, but it's a unique identity has been created. The HBCUs, jazz music, all these cultural elements has been created, and it is a distinct and beautiful culture in our land.
You throw final say.
As much as I do agree with you, Tether, I gave you coins. I always agree with what you say. I just have to disagree here with this rebuttal. But you said that the YT man lumped us all into like a whole thing and has us all categorized as black. That's what we are. So it's not whatever the white man wants to lump us in. You could call us black, you can call us African, you can call us sub-Saharan, you can call us whatever you want. You can say whatever you want to the black. You can call yourself Somalian, you can call yourself Ethiopian, you can call yourself Jamaican. At the end of the day, it's what they saw in the skin color. If they see people who have the skin color of white, they're gonna automatically assume you're white. You're not looking for this person's Hungarian. You're not looking for this person is French. I'm not looking for this person's English. You just you look at somebody and you can distinctly tell, but if they're white, if they're black, or what they are. So yeah, black is the skin color that's not just for Africans. It's also for anybody with melanated skin in our land.
Thank you. Tigo, your rebuttal.
Yeah, so it's obviously this young lady is misinformed about just the political and the social and racial categories within America. First and foremost, even in the sight of skin color, that's not the only thing that the American society has seen as privilege, right? For whiteness, you can have fair skin or
Hold
light
on,
skin and
Tigo. I'm
still
gonna
not
give
be
you some more.
considered.
I'm gonna give you some more time. I'm sorry, Franny. I'm gonna rotate the stage. Thank you for coming up. Thank you. Go ahead, Tigo. I'm gonna give you some more time.
Okay. All I was saying is you can still be considered other than and have lighter skin. This is why so many people come over that are from foreign backgrounds and try to align themselves with white people to get the status of being white. All the way back in the early 1900s, I don't know if you're familiar with this, which I know you're not. To a certain degree, people like the Greeks weren't considered white, but they had white skin. Italians weren't considered white, but they had white skin. So for you to sit up here and then all of a sudden say, well, hey, it's just by the skin color that you have that you're automatically grouped. That's your perception of things, not the actual history, not the actual current disposition of America. That's your position of it. So I would like for you to go inform yourself and actually read the history of America and see how these racial categories got set up, because it's not just simply off of the skin colors. Because if that was the case, there would be a whole lot of people that would get the green card, but that's not the case. And I'll land.
I'm just hearing from this guy doesn't make sense. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Trying to educate me when he doesn't know what. Clearly, he's just pointing out facts and then throwing them in and acting like he's trying to, piece it all up together. He was talking about how Italians weren't considered white. Are you slow? General question right there. Yes, they are white. Are you serious? They are Caucasian. You have white skin, you're Caucasian. Unless you have albinism or something like that, or a condition that makes you have no melanin.
Real quick though, just to
Yeah.
let you know. Hold on, Tigo. Real quick, just to let you know, it was a point in time in our history that they weren't considered white. But
That's
go ahead.
yeah.
But
I'm over
I'm
here
just
laughing.
saying. So can I have my time back?
Retarded. I'm sorry.
They can say stuff like that, but I can't say anything.
No.
Confident wrong. Confident
All right.
wrong. I love it.
Anyways,
Hold on. We look. See, this is what we not gonna do.
but whatever. I'm just gonna continue.
I
But
know, but no.
it's not a big deal.
Let's not do the personal attacks, okay? Everybody, go ahead.
Okay, so whatever this guy was saying about how immigrants are coming here to try to align with the YT, he wants to come here and align with the Black Americans. I don't want to align with their culture, but you guys keep acting like everybody is trying to do that. And then now you're out here just lying, just saying that, yes, at one point, a considerable group cannot be called something. But again, if we look at an Italian person today and they're in America, I'm not going to call them black. I'm not going to call them yellow. I'm not going to call them that. If I look at them, I'm not playing guess the country. I'm not going, country, what does this guy look like? I'm not looking at their features. If I see someone with Caucasian skin, I'm saying that they're white. And I land. Oh my God.
Okay, you ready for your question?
I am, ma'am.
Okay. Is it fair to discuss economic competition openly, or does that fuel division?
I feel like Black Americans shouldn't start talking about it in a way to try to act like they're superior to Africans. That's something that they all do. They act as if that they got to live off the minimum wage that the YT man created, the systems that the YT man created, and the economic opportunities that the YT man created that they got to get off of. In Africa, we didn't have anybody to come over there and build a country for us. They were coming there to steal our resources. That was what happening. So we had to build our own economies. We had to build our own systems. We had to build up our own finances. So you don't get to discriminate when they come here and they're trying to build wealth here as well, because you got to live off what the YT man created. You got to succeed off what the YT man created. And I will never, ever, 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 ever disrespect an immigrant for coming here, wherever they're from. If you listen to the national anthem, this is the land of the free. And this is the land of the home, land of the free, whatever. Anyone's welcomed here if you come here legally. Stop trying to discriminate and try to act upon it and act like you guys are way better just because you have better economic status. Charlie Kirk said it before he died. He was talking about how, Black Americans are the richest Black people in the world, and they are. Statistically, they are, because of what the YT man created in the United States. That's how they got to where they got. They didn't get there because nobody went there and did it for them. In Africa, our own leaders had coups of U.S. people who didn't want to give them oil or resources, and they got unalived because of it. All of that, and they still have to build up. So never, ever, ever, if I was a Black American or FBA, would I ever flex the economic opportunities that I have today in the United States without bootlicking the United States American white man, because they built that system. They set the minimum wage, and they created it for them. They didn't create it for y'all. They created it for themselves, and y'all got to reek off it. And I land.
Okay, thank you. Tigo, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing well. Oh boy. Oh man. Yeah, I'm doing well. Let me go ahead and answer this prompt. So just to start off, is black too broad to define a people? Absolutely. And point case right here, this individual who was just talking. If we have these types of people that are categorized under
Wait a
being
minute,
black,
Tigo, since I ain't start
you
your
know,
time yet.
you
So
cool.
after her, when I asked if anybody have a rebuttal, that's your time to rebut. You can't rebut her after she has answered her question. Only during rebuttal times. Go ahead, Tigo. Let me start your time.
Okay. Well, I was just simply making the point that really not just her as an individual, but individuals like her are the reason why it's too broad, because now we have too many people that are conflating against our interest instead of for our interest. And we are in a social political climate where we have to refine our identity and our namesake so that we don't get pushed into the same issue with these individuals who are saying these things. Because when it's time for us to get things in motion, unfortunately, these people sit in political power. They have certain situations where they're in powers for schools and things of other nature. And unfortunately, we get funneled out of that because they're under the same category as us. So yes, we do need to refine our identity and make it so that we are clear on who we are, because just being black isn't good enough anymore. Once upon a time that was okay, but now it's just not good enough for us. So that's what I want to say in particular to that portion of it. Now, going forward, what I will say, however you want to identify yourself or how we collectively do that, that's up to our people as a collective and nobody else. What we call ourselves is, whether it's FBA, indigenous, whatever, that's our business, nobody else's business. So yes, being black is way too broad, unfortunately.
Can't rebuttal.
Just one moment. Chat. Before we go, y'all tap the screen. Do your daily heart me for me and share the live, okay? I have gift goals up there. It would be amazing if you guys can help me complete those today. But don't forget to gift your favorite panelists as well. And don't forget to follow me. Chat, we got your first question of the night. Should reparations be lineage based or race based? Anybody other than you throw got a rebuttal for T Gold? Thank y'all for the
I
gifts.
do. I do.
Okay, go ahead, you go. We're doing 1 minute.
Okay, so he said
Hold
that.
on, hold on. We're doing 1 minute verse 1 minute now, so we can circulate the stage. Go ahead.
Okay, he said that many black people or immigrants that are African are coming here and aligning themselves as FBA or black, whatever you want to call yourselves. But that's just simply not true because they don't have to agree with your guys' political choices. You guys are not all in one party and all have the same political beliefs. You guys don't all believe the same thing. So don't act as if that immigrants that are African come here and then try to have a different opinion than you guys. They make it very well known that they're immigrants and that they're very well known that they are Africans. They know about that. And next he said that he has that they're going into power and coming against their wishes and stuff like that. You can go look at the congressional seats. There are more immigrants than there are black Americans in the congressional seats. So if anything, they do hold more power for any bills being passed. So I don't know why you're acting as if that they all have to be bootlicking FBAs and only agreeing what they want done for this country. Everybody has their own political choices and can believe whatever they want. You're a grown adult and you should know that. And I land.
Is it my turn to rebuttal?
I had a pushback too, love.
Your final say. A pushback to who? It's T Gold.
Go right. T-Go, right?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
we got our two, Johnny.
Okay.
I'm trying. I gotta move it on. Go ahead, but I ain't gonna be on here late tonight.
So I'm not going to be long about it. I'm just simply going to say this. She just basically proved all my points when she said that there's a whole bunch of immigrants that are in congressional office that are also pulling for power. Like I said, it doesn't matter the political party as much as it matters our interest. That's what I said. I said our interest, and across the board, whether you're a Democrat or you're Republican, conservative or liberal, we all have a certain interest that we want, and that's progressive, higher standard and quality of living. That's across the board. So people who are against that are usually of the ilk of your immigration, right? Or your immigrant background. When we ask for reparations, there's always somebody standing in the way that's usually an immigrant. But as far as trying to align themselves, you could just look at the Somalians. What did they do? They ran down to the Edmund Pettus Bridge. So don't act like it's just, well, they don't align themselves or they're not trying to get in our affairs. If they weren't, they wouldn't have been trying to steal or co-opt our historical movements. So yes, they do. But once again, because you're not aware and you don't have the knowledge, you just get up here and start saying stuff. That's why it's like that.
All right.
In Minnesota, by the way.
Excuse me. Hold on. Tell the think tank your rebuttal.
Yes. So you said a lot of things there. So will calling yourself FBA change the structure of white T supremacy? Will it change the the incarceration rate, the pregnancy rate, the high school and college graduation rate? How will calling yourself FBA make you more competitive or change outcomes in society? That's one question I had. So, and will you still be black after you're delineated? So I understand the basic premise of delineation, and I agree that African Americans are their own ethnic group. But if you are delineated, how will that change all these performance indicators that we have in this society? And why can't everybody agree on a single ethnic name? Why are some people calling themselves Freedmen, Negro? Why isn't everybody just, trying to be an FBA? Why is there any confusion about your ethnic category in Ireland?
Final say, T Gold.
Yes, and those great questions, Tether. Tether think tank, I think, is that what it is? So just to answer the first question, well, the first thing is when people are understood to have their own distinct lineage, then that means they're going to start to cater towards their lineage more. So for the past 60, 70 years, we had this flat blackness idea. And as a unfortunate situation, we end up giving away a lot of what we aspire to have to others. To unfortunately now, like I said, we have other people in political parties who are of immigrant backgrounds who are for their own interests instead of our interests, which we have the same quote unquote black race category, but they're not for us. So unfortunately,
as a result, we're sort of stuck. So that's one of the reasons why we can jump back into our own identity so that we can focus on ourselves. Sorry, I don't have enough time. But the other question I can't quite remember. But as far as I think you said, why can't we all agree on the same identity? Well, we genuinely agree on the same ethnic lineage. That's the point. Because even under the African American term, right, there's still some people that disagree with the term. So, I mean, as long as we agree with our own ethnic lineage, that's what matters the most.
Okay, thank you, Tigo. You ready for your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if resources are limited, who should come first, citizens or new arrivals?
Absolutely, citizens. And that's not to say that we can't help other people out in the long run, but on the immediate term, these are the people who pay taxes, who are pouring into the system and have been pouring in the system for a long time, who has historical roots here. They need those resources so they can continue to push the economy forward and to help people out across the board. If we just take care of the new arrivals and erase the foundation, then this country, unfortunately, won't be able to operate or run because the new arrivals, they're not quite digested or consume the American, I would say, spirit yet. They're still getting acclimated to what's here. So if things don't work out, they just leave. If things don't work out for us, we're stuck here. So resources definitely have to go to the citizens first.
Okay, sorry. Okay, thank you. Tether Think Tank, you throw and T Gold. I'm going to rotate the stage.
All right, bye, love.
Bye. Y'all can come back. I just got to get to the people.
I'm back.
Much respect. Much respect.
All right, thanks, Tether Think Tank. FBA Soldier.
Hey, how you doing, host?
Hey, how
How's
you
everybody
doing?
doing? I'm
Good.
great. Yeah. So to answer the prompt, black is absolutely by every definition a broad term because by definition, um, it encompasses over 3,000 different ethnic groups of people and over 4 dozen different nationalities of people fit into one category. So it's absolutely a broad way to identify a group of people. Um, and so anybody to say that to try to argue that it's not broad by definition is just being disingenuous. It's absolutely broad. So is the term African. It's the same thing. It encompasses over 3,000 different ethnic groups and 54 nationalities of people. So to try to call a group of people that don't even live on the African continent and haven't lived there for centuries, and can't so long that we can't even find any ancestors that were born on that continent is just incorrect. You know what I'm saying? It's just not the way to define our ethnic group and especially our political identity. And I think this conversation needs to be focused on political identity, not just how we broadly define ourselves by what YT people see. I think political identity is what matters. And the only group of people in the entire world that politically identify as black people are the are foundational black American descendants of chattel slavery. Nobody in Africa politically identifies as black people. Nobody in the Caribbean politically identifies as black people. Now you have the Black Brits as well, but they also delineate by calling themselves Black Brits. You know what I'm saying? When you look at our paperwork on political and federal paperwork, they just have black slash African American, and we check that box because we see black because that's how we politically identify ourselves, and I think that's what matters, and that's why we need a more specific identifier such as foundational Black American, American freedman, something like that to define us because it absolutely, for us to be politically defined by broad terms, is the way white supremacy has been holding us down for the last 65 years. So us changing that, so us getting away from these broad terms is us literally directly changing the political system in the way that politics addresses the descendants of chattel slavery in this country. So that is actively fighting against white supremacy because they use those broad terms to dilute the resources that are supposed to be allocated to us based on what we specifically went through and only we went through. Now land there.
Okay, just a statement too. I won't be doing the midday show. I know I said that earlier, but I'm gonna stick to this until I get better at it. So, but thanks for y'all support. Okay, anybody got any rebuttals for FBA Soldier?
Hello.
He
Hello?
pretty much said a lot of it right there.
Hold on, Ellis. Anybody have any rebuttals for FBA Soldier?
I had a rebuttal.
Okay, Johnny. Alina, did you have one?
Kind of. I agree on some points as well, though.
But do you have a rebuttal in there also?
Somewhat. I feel like
Okay, wait,
black.
just hold on. Just yes or no for me. So, because Johnny said it first and then you. Okay, so I'll get right to you after Johnny. Johnny, go ahead. Thank you for the gifts.
Is race category bound by law? Who decides an American's race? Are Americans forced to be a specific race? The question of how race is defined and categorized in the United States is a complex intersection of historical precedent, administrative policy, and personal identity. Is race a category bound by law? In a strictly legal sense, there is no federal law that assigns a biological race to an individual. However, race is categorized by law for administrative and civil rights purposes. The most influential standard is Statistical Policy Directive number 15 issued by the Office of Management and Budget. The directive defines the 5 minimum race categories. In summarizing it, historically, race was often determined by blood fractions like the one drop rule codified in state laws, particularly in the Jim Crow South. Today, the legal framework has shifted away from state imposed biological definitions toward administrative data collection based on how an individual chooses to represent themselves. You choose your race, bruh. There's no white man telling you you black. There's no community telling you
Land
you
your
black.
plane, Johnny.
There's no we. I landed it. It's I. There's no us. Yeah, in race.
Okay, FBA Soldier. Final say.
Yeah, if he was I guess that was a rebuttal to me, but yeah, I agree. Yes, the Black Americans, we are the only people that have chosen to define ourselves politically as black. Nobody else has done that in the world. So that's why we say when you come here, don't act confused. Because when you go to the Caribbean or the African continent, they are the most um delineated people on earth. They are especially Africans. They are the most ethnic conscious people on earth. Those people can look at somebody and tell that they're Igbo or Yoruba. I hear it all the time. You look Igbo, you look Yoruba, stuff like that. So they are very conscious of who they are and how they politically identify. So when you come to America, don't just say, well, I guess I'm black now, and try to act confused about who you are. You are doing that. They are doing that for a reason, and they only do that. They really don't want to do that. They only do that when they see benefits from doing that. And then once they get the benefits, then they go right back into identifying and giving props to their ethnic group and their nationality, which is how they identify in Africa. In
Okay.
America, we identify by the racial category black, and we chose to do that.
All right. You ready for your question?
Yes,
Okay. Should Black Americans support strict ICE enforcement?
absolutely, absolutely. Because everybody, all immigrants from even back in the 1800s when when all of the YT immigrants came, everybody comes to America for one reason, because they know that they can get um tangible resources based on the struggle of the descendants of American chattel slavery. They know if they come here and they fit within the construct of not helping these people, not aligning with our issues or our agenda, then they know that they can get resources allocated specifically for them based on what we go through. For instance, when Kamala Harris did a speech talking about the American Freedmen's Bank. When she started that speech, she talked about how that bank was only meant for the descendants of slaves, and how when that bank closed, it only affected the descendants of slaves. But her solution to that was to give resources to Asians and Native Americans and every other immigrant that's in this country. So and that's why all immigrants come here, because they know as long as they don't align with us and they go against us, then the political structure will give them resources. They put them in our communities and give them all of the resources that are allocated to us. If that makes sense.
Okay, thank you, FBA soldier. Thank you for your input, and I'm going to rotate the stage. Thank you for coming up. Thank you. TJ, how you
Appreciate it.
doing?
Hey, love. I just came up to answer the prompt.
Okay.
It says FBA versus Global Black, and I'm starting there because I think it's important to frame it some type of way that it is too broad if we're talking about how to identify ethnically Black Americans. Right now, if we look back in the legal documents and policies and organizations, ethnically Black Americans are identified by African American, ethnically or Black American and Negro. And the reason I'm saying that's too broad is because I went back and I researched when has the last time have we looked at what legal immigration has done to the Black community. And I found there was a commission it still exists, Commission of Immigration Reform, that talks about that there is a negative impact on Black Americans. I had to go all the way back to 1994, 95 to find something. And it says there have been a negative impact to Black Americans by legal immigration. And what was suggested was that 30% of legal immigration be cut, but that was shot down by a lot of business organizations that benefited from the cheaper labor of immigrants. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because that distinctly leaves Black Americans who aren't immigrants in a category that is very unique when we're always being told that we got to kind of blend in with this or blend in as Democrat with that. And why I say that finding was important, and now it's important for us to figure out how to identify ourselves specifically, is because we need protection. Because if you got immigrants that'll come and they benefit off of the coverage of business owners because the business owners benefit off of them, then who is going to stand up and protect the voice of Black Americans who aren't on either one of those sides? So it's important that we identify ourselves. We don't use Black because that's a race and everybody can say that they're Black, and you hear that being said on the panel. And I just wanted to leave it there. I did want to bring something else up, but I'll leave it there. Thank you.
No, go ahead.
I wanted to bring up earlier, it was somebody that asked a good question. They said, hey, why can't y'all all agree on, if y'all talking ethnicity and y'all need to be identified? We haven't all agreed yet because the latest change in standing and identifying ourselves specifically so nobody else can say that they're Black, they're ethnically Black, that hasn't come to any political floor yet. That hasn't come to any legal argument yet. Once that moves through the political system and through lobbying and things like that, because we're only seeing the grassroots of it, you're going to see us finally have to come to terms with what identifier are we going to use, because that African American, that particular identifier, it's in a lot of different legal documents. That's why people say, how do immigrants benefit? They benefit because if they can identify as us, that particular identifier is on all kinds of funding, on all kinds of laws, all kinds of commissions. So that's what I want to answer. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, TJ. I'm assuming you're not doing rebuttals, right?
Only if anybody has something to say, I'll speak to them about it.
Okay. Anybody have a rebuttal for TJ?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead, Bellamy. Hey, Bellamy.
How you doing, Les? Thanks for having me once again. Yeah, just had a quick question for the lady. In terms of the view, in terms of immigrants, receiving opportunities under the umbrella of Black America, right? So my stance is obviously, this is about resources and economics as far as delineation is concerned. My question is, why is that necessary? On the latter side of that, why white supremacy still exists, and why we focus more on that instead of the other side.
I wanted to answer that if it's okay. Are you done, Bellamy? I don't want to interrupt you, but I want to answer that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, when I used that example, that concrete example about how it was found that immigration negatively impacts the Black American community specifically, if we don't distinguish between who is getting benefits when it comes to who needs protection from unequal playing fields, then that's where Black Americans don't see the benefit of supporting immigrants to get those benefits if it's at our detriment. Does that make sense? Meaning that if there are studies that shows that us supporting other immigrants getting benefits from the fights that we fought, but those negatively impact us, then we have a problem. And that's what you hear direct testimony of. I don't think there's any reporting being done on. I don't think anybody is saying, study how this is impacting Black Americans. All you hear right now is Black Americans telling you their stories, telling you this is specifically how we're being impacted.
Okay, thank you. You ready for your question, TJ?
That's love.
Okay. What do FBA/Black Americans and immigrants actually have in common?
I think we all have a want to do better for ourselves in our own countries. And that's why Black Americans keep bringing up that we have our own fight to do better for ourselves in the United States of America. And we wish people would look at their strife and their struggle the same way, but it's not against us or how to reform how we've come about in America. It should be more about how they can do better for themselves in the country from which they came from. That's the biggest problem we're seeing.
Thank y'all so much for the gifts. Okay, thank you, TJ. I'm going to rotate the stage. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me up.
You're welcome. Okay, Original, how you doing?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. You want to address the prompt for me?
Most definitely. I think when it comes to FBA and global Black, is Black too broad a term to define people? It definitely is. It doesn't actually fit as a ethnic identifier. It's more of a racial category in America, but it also encompasses a lot of different people on the continent of Africa. But African doesn't mean Black, and Black doesn't mean African, because there's a diverse population within Africa itself. But Black Americans or FBA, whatever you want to call them, delineating and making a specific terminology for their racial ethnic group, I don't feel like it should make a true Pan-Africanist mad, because one of the guides of Pan-Africanism is self-determination. So if you're a true Pan-Africanist, FBA is operating within self-determination should make you proud that they're putting down their colonial labels of Black, Negro, colored, etc., African American, and making a foundation for themselves and making themselves foundational Black American, whatever you want to call them, going forward. So with Black, people like to pretend like Black means African. Black does not mean African. African does not mean Black. Africa is a diverse continent with Arabic people, ancient Berbers, and different things of that nature. There are people that are in indigenous Australians. They are Black, but they are not African. There are people of the Oceanias, the Melanesians, the Micronesians. They are not Black, but they are phenotypically presenting as Black. So Black has always been a term that is too broad to describe ethnic Black Americans or foundational Black Americans. To begin to understand it, then you can understand delineation and disaggregation and how it really operates. And then you can look up different terms like ethnogenesis and begin to understand how that operates. I did want to talk to the young lady up here who said white people gave Black Americans the nation, as if Black Americans didn't build this nation and fight in every war that was on American soil. So I like to address misinformation, but she's far gone.
Well, thank you, Original. Anybody have any rebuttals for
I got a
Original?
rebuttal.
Johnny? All right, go ahead, Johnny.
Yeah, man, I would like to see something different. Like I'm hearing everybody going to the past, everybody going 250, 200 years ago. What about the future? So if we get a new category, would we have to prove who we are through DNA or genealogy? And the only way you can be a part of that category is by proving in the courtroom that you are a part of this category. Because that's the only thing that I see that's valuable. Anything else, getting a name to make me feel good, I don't care nothing about that. You know, I mean, I like the sisters say what they do, they delineate everybody else, and it's like we're left with no category. Maybe that's a good thing because once you DACA for life. You know, I wouldn't want to be DACA. Now they can't even hang out with the regular immigrants. They DACA for life. So I wouldn't want to be something that has no economic value for the rest of my life, like being a kosher or a native. You know, that has unique value. Where's the value going to come from?
So I would think that the value comes from Black Americans identifying themselves, whether it be FBA or whatever they choose to go forward. I would think that the value comes from actually having an ethnic identifier that specifically is for Black American descendants of chattel slavery, or Black Americans that are on this land, that have been in this land, that don't have recent immigrant backgrounds. So I think it's fairly easy to understand, but I think people purposely, willingly misunderstand what ethnic identifiers mean and why they should be used going forward when it comes to political narratives, legalities, and as well as reparations, because reparations cannot be given to one race because that's too broad of a category. You have to have lineage-based reparations. If you look into how reparations was given on American soil, it was given to people based off their lineage and the historic harms that were done to us. We have historical harms that were documented and done to us on United States soil, as well as Jim Crow laws after that, black codes, et cetera, redlining, and the way that they took Black farm owners' homelands. So there are different things that we can identify to make sure that us is specifically for us. FUBU, maybe I may be too old, but for us, by us, it means something.
Thank you. Where you from, Original?
I'm from North Memphis, Tennessee.
Memphis? Oh, I figured that. Okay, you ready for your question?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. If unity realistic or just idealistic?
I think solidarity is more realistic than unity, because unity desires uniformity. Unity desires all of us to operate under the same, umbrella like terms such as Black. But with solidarity, we operate under, okay, I know you might be Jamaican, but we have a solidarity of mindset. We have a solidarity of what we want from these colonial powers on each of our soils. So you might have a Black mindset, but it's not in solidarity with the overall Black mindset. So within unification, I think that it chips off at people's individuality. So I can allow you to be a Jamaican and have your political narratives faced towards the United Kingdom or the British government still having a monarchy or a certain control over those beaches or whatever you have you in Jamaica. But we can still operate in solidarity from one continent to the next. So I think that solidarity would be better than unity, because within unity, I think people want to lock people into one system when it can really be shared across the diaspora. That's how I think Pan-Africanism should work. I think Pan-Africanism should work on the continent of Africa before it ever begins to go out into the diaspora. I think that this should be the main narrative of people protecting and solidifying what's best for their ethnic background in their homes before they begin to try to unify, if they haven't unified at home first. I think that you start first within solidarity, within the mind and the spirit, and then the body will follow. So I think that unity is good, but it was a woman who told me about solidarity. And when I looked up the definition, how she explained it, I think solidarity is better, as they operate under UAW laws or unions, or however you will. They have so many different unions, but all of those people operate in solidarity for the betterment of equal pay, better rights for the people that work for them, better labor laws. They got away with pensions, but they give them better 401k and benefit packages, things of that nature. Solidarity over unity is what I think.
Thank you so much, Original. Johnny, hey.
Hey, how's it going? How's it going?
It's going good. You want to address the prompt?
Yeah, is black is definitely too broad. But what I was seeing was people just holding on to the word black like they victims of domestic abuse or something. Like you can let the word black go. The word black ain't got nothing to do with it. You can leave black and still be American and still be a descendant of slave. We was descendant of slaves before they created the word black. So although FBA has black in it, I think they might think that FBA is focused on the word black, like they hold on to it, like the people that aren't descendants of slaves hold on to it, because all they have is the word black. They don't have they don't have lineage. We call it pedigree in college. They don't have pedigree. FBAs have pedigree. Okay, if you don't have pedigree, then you just black. Anybody can be black, and that's cool. But the value will be the reparations. Everything that you can look up the studies or whatever like that. And if you're not eligible for that, then stop sweating FBA, man. Do you? Be black. You know what I'm saying? Stay out their face. They not asking y'all for nothing. You know what I'm saying? They don't need you, to help them get reparations. If they give us reparations, I'm getting a check by myself. I don't have to ever meet another FBA because it's my reparations. It's not our reparations. You know what I'm saying? So, I see the hate, the jealousy. I've seen it all my life. When they can't get what we can get, they jealous. They call us white for being American. They call us white for exercising our constitutional rights. Oh, you want to be like the white man. Oh, just because I want to go practice my Second Amendment? Just because I practice my freedom of speech? Just because I want to vote? Just because I want to get a voter registration card? Just because I want a driver's license? Just because I like to shop at nice stores, I want to be white? So I guess if you black, you got to be like a peasant or something. You got to be like a peasant living in poverty. So you know what I'm saying? That's getting old. We already did that. We've been through that. We gone. You know what I'm saying? We're going to take our bag and we're going to let y'all have that commie peasant stuff. Go holler at your man, New York, and ride the bus for free. You know what I'm saying? If that's what you want to do. Because we're going to take our bag and we're going to go wherever we want to go in this country and be around whoever we want to be around, bro.
Okay, thank you, Johnny. Anybody have any rebuttals for Johnny? No? Okay. You ready for your question, Johnny?
I do. Please, I do.
Go ahead, Sheree. Hey.
Yeah. So when you hear the brother talk, right? He was all what he was talking about was money. This is my money. This is our reparations. This is how lazy people think, right? The money is not even there, and he's already attacking his brothers and sisters.
We're gonna try to stick to to his rebuttal and not
Right. I
personal
mean,
attack.
yeah. You heard him talking about money, right? Even the money.
We like money. Americans like money. I love
Yeah.
money.
I
I
like
love
money
money.
too. I
Okay,
like
so we're
money
gonna
too.
just okay, but listen, Sheree, we're gonna just stick to his rebuttal, okay? Not
Okay.
personal attacks. All right, I'll give you more time. Thank you.
Yeah. So he was talking like I was waiting to hear something from him, and all I heard is that don't touch my money, something like that. That's my money. That's your. The last time I checked, it's African ancestors that built America, not you. You have you ever built anything? And I'll leave it here.
All right,
Yeah,
Johnny.
just like I said, that's my money. That's my great grandmother that actually was a slave that I can go dig her bones up. You see how that works? Check this out. That's why we don't hang out. That's why I ain't never hang out with y'all. Because can you get deported right now? Or can your parents get deported? This dude can get deported right now. You see what I'm saying? I can't. But he my brother. I call ICE. I bet he won't even cam up. Africans don't even cam up. Because they scared of ICE. They that scared of the police, they can't even cam up, man. So don't be kicking at my brothers and sisters. Y'all not my brothers and sisters. Y'all foreigners, y'all immigrants. You ain't no different than a Chinese, dude. Get that through your skull. You ain't no different than a Russian. You ain't no different than somebody born in Antarctica, man. You's a foreigner. You ain't no different than a Mexican, okay? I don't care nothing about your dark skin. You know what I'm saying? Get caught in the car with me. You know what I'm saying? Now ICE gotta come.
All right, let's keep it on his
Now
replay.
ICE got to
I hear
come in.
you, but let's keep it on the
All right,
replay.
all right. Yeah, all right. Yeah, that's my money because that was my great great grandmother that actually was a slave. So yeah, that's my money because it was my great great grandmother, dude.
All right, Johnny. What you say? You can go pull the bones up, Johnny?
Go dig them bones up, drag them in the courtroom in a white sack. You know what I'm saying? Just drag them and come throw them up on the plate, throw them on the wood desk. Bloop, 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 bloop. So yeah, the human being that this is was a slave. Let me get my money. But I'm sure Merlin is far more civilized than to make me go to those extremes. I'm sure. But just to let them know that this is real. This is not the theory of blackness. You see, this is not where the original man stopped. We ain't talking about no original man right now. Nah, we ain't over here doing 12 hours a day for theory. We trying to get practical. We trying to get paid. We like money. You know what I'm saying? This ain't about making us feel good. Or my brothers and sisters. What is that doing for me? Nothing. That ain't paying my bills,
Okay.
man.
All right. Okay, Johnny. Okay, Johnny, do you think is the real issue systematic? No, I'm sorry. Is the real issue systemic inequality rather than immigration?
Um, no, because I'm gonna have to go with Americans need to, look, if you're not satisfied with what's going on in the Democrat Party, you can leave, right? But you can't complain and want to stay and want to you can't even take the word black with you. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to change within the Democrat Party, cool. Whether you indigenous, whether you doing that other stuff, or whether you FBA or whatever, stay in the Democrat Party. That is the system. That is your system. But the thing about being an American, you don't even have to claim black. You can leave. You can come down here and be an American, be a patriot. You can say, I'm an American Negro. I'm not even black. Technically, I can check other and put American as my race. I'm not going to jail. But I know, because sometimes, man, now I understand the brothers because I heard the brother original, so I'm really understanding, and the sister, I understand the clarification. Because sometimes people think it's like y'all fighting immigrants for food stamps. They think that's what it's about. So they saying we coming for their resources, but they think that we trying to take their immigrant food stamps away from them. No, we don't want y'all immigrant food stamps. Nothing. We want what only we are eligible to get. So why would you have a problem with black Americans, Negroes, descendants of chattel slavery, wanting what only we are eligible to get? Because you don't want us to get that. Because that's how petty you are. You don't even want us to get something you can't get. You know what? White folks don't even do that. Because white folks will let you get something and try to, get something out at least. You don't even want me to get it in the first place. Because you petty. You know what I'm saying? That's sad, but that's why y'all not us. You can stay out our face. We ain't never got to speak ever, and we gonna be all right, but y'all need us. Cause y'all can't protest. You think y'all can protest, ride, and loot by yourself, Africans and black immigrants? No. They'll come out there with loud loot on y'all, man. Y'all not us. Y'all don't have the power we got, man, because we're American citizens, and y'all not.
All right, thank you, Johnny. Original and Johnny, I'm going to rotate the stage to get to the next people in the queue because I won't be on very long. All right, thank y'all. JT?
Peace out.
Well, good
Hey,
afternoon.
good afternoon, JT.
Thank you,
You
love.
want to address? Oh, I'm sorry. You welcome, Johnny. You welcome. You want to address the prompt?
Yep, I do. How you doing this evening?
Hey, I'm doing good, JT.
Good. Is black too broad to define a people? I think it is. I think that people in Africa and in the Caribbean, they don't define themselves as such until they get to America. If you're an African citizen, you not only do you not define yourself as just ethnically black or racially black, you define yourselves as a nationality and or a tribe. So I couldn't just go to Africa and say, hey, you're an African to or call a Nigerian a Ghanaian and they'd be okay with that. You see what I'm saying? Me calling a Yoruba an Igbo would be problematic to an African, right? We understand that. People, Africans pretend as though we don't understand how all the tribalism works, but we do, right? We know that you guys are those guys are broken into tribal groups and nationalities, and we're perfectly fine with that. It's just that when we say, hey, we're black here in America, that's a term that defines who we are. It defines our lineage, our history, our heritage and culture here. Then Africans have a problem with that. You know what I'm saying? Which is weird, because I can't go to Africa and just go to a Nigeria and say, hey, I'm an Igbo man, and that be okay. Nigerians would have a problem with that, because saying that would attach me to a history, heritage, lineage, and culture that's not mine. This is the reason why we call some Africans tethers, because they want to come over here and tether onto who we are, because they understand by doing so, there's certain benefits and privileges that they would get by identifying with us, identifying with the lineage of people that built America and fought for civil rights here, identify with the lineage that has a global culture and has global icons, all of these things. And they'll say that, hey, we just don't want to be black, because we say, no. Our tribe is black. Our people is black. Being black in America means something quite different than calling yourself black in Africa, right? Black here is part of a cultural experience. We had a whole civil rights movement dedicated around empowering blackness. We had groups like the NOI, right? The Black Panther Party, the Deacons of Defense, all groups catered around empowering blackness in America, because it was relevant for us to do that as a small population of people under the system of global white supremacy among 300 million people. So stepping out and saying we're black here in America, that showed black power, that expressed black power. And we didn't let people play with us. You know what I'm saying?
Land your plane, JT.
I'm landing.
Oh, you done? Okay. Anybody have any rebuttals for JT?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead, Sheree.
So when it comes to FBA especially, right, nobody has problem with you guys calling yourself Black Americans. Nobody has that problem, right? But sometimes we need to state the fact. There's nothing like indigenous Black Americans. No. America belongs to the native Indians. We know that. Indian Americans, we know that. The whites stole from them, we know that. And now you people are trying to steal their culture too. That's the problem we have. You can call yourself whatever, and nobody wants to listen. Nobody wants to be your brothers and sisters too. When I say brothers and sisters, I'm talking to Black Americans, the hardworking ones, those that do not have time to attack immigrants, the hard ones, the hardworking ones. That's those are the ones I do refer like brothers and sisters. Not you, FBA. Not you.
Okay, land your plane.
I don't
Land
want
your
you to be.
plane.
I don't want you to be close to me because you
Okay,
have
land
nothing to
your
offer.
plane. Thank you, Sheree. Thank you so much, JT.
Yeah, see, this is the reason why we
Now,
don't.
and also, let me see. I mean, I'm not going to be tone policing nobody, so do not cry to me. If I done told you already, we're gonna try not to do the personal attacks. So when whatever, vice versa, whoever throw it back, whoever, whether it's FBA or immigrants, don't be in the comments telling me nothing, because I'm not in it. Go ahead, JT.
Yeah, this is the reason why we don't want Africans speaking for us, because he flat out misrepresented who we are as a people and our history, heritage, lineage, and culture. This man stood up here and told us that natives, America belongs to natives, which is not true, right? There was no America here when the Europeans came over and committed genocide against the natives here. There was no America here. That didn't happen until slaves from Africa and black natives from here in America were put on plantations and started the foundation. That's the reason why we call ourselves foundational Black Americans, because we built the foundation of America. You as an immigrant, right, you have your own opinions as to what happened, how this country came about, and it's wrong, which is why we do not like y'all speaking for us. You come over to our country, you never study who we are as a people. You want to benefit from us, but you don't even know what you're talking about when you're speaking about us. Y'all make rooms about us 24/7, just up there creating your own narratives, lying about who you think we are. When we tell you, you say it's disrespect. This is the frustration for a lot of Black Americans, because all y'all do is make up stories about us. You lie about us and you don't even know what you're talking about, bro. Worry about the country that you fled from. I think that would be fair.
Yeah.
Can I talk?
Not yet, Tushawn. Sheen. I'm gonna get to you as soon as possible. Okay. Yeah, all right. Thank you, JT. Let me ask you a question. You ready? What can immigrants do to rectify this situation?
Show us the unity that they preach to us when they're wagging their finger at us on the continent of Africa. Because in Africa, right, they're all melanated people. They look alike in most countries. Like, for example, I always mention Nigeria because Nigeria is so diverse, right? It has, turn that down for me. It has different tribal groups that look just alike. They might be next door neighbors with each other, right? But because one is a Yoruba and one is an Igbo, they'll be beefing with each other. That's not always the case, but I raise that point because it doesn't make sense to us for you to leave your homeland where you're beefing with an African that looks aesthetically just like you, possibly speaks the same language as you, works the same, does everything just like you, and then come to America 5,000 miles away and get mad at us because we don't call you who we are. So you could be brothers. We're brothers tied at the hip, but the African that looks like you, acts like you, talks like you, and walks like you is your sworn enemy? This is the hypocrisy and the ridiculous and the silliness of Pan-Africanism. So if they ever want to have a real relationship with us as Black Americans or try to fix, they need to show us an example of what that looks like, because we've only seen examples of how they treat each other in Africa as different tribes who run over each other, who banging each other in the head for $1, who disrespect each other, and who always in some type of tribal beef. I mean, they had a G-side in the 90s. So until they can show us how to get along with each other on the continent of Africa, where there's literally no white supremacy dominating them, then it makes no sense for us to be over here trying to have unity with people who are just tribal and xenophobic.
Can I
Thank you,
reply to
JT.
that?
No, sir.
Because
Hey,
I'm
Bella.
Nigerian and whatever he's talking about is not making sense.
No, it's gonna get your turn. It's gonna get your
Because
turn.
I'm Yoruba and
Hey,
what you're
Brother,
talking
brother,
about
brother,
doesn't
brother,
make no sense.
brother.
Yoruba
Excuse me,
people and
brother.
Igbo people don't
It's
beef
not
each
your
other.
turn,
listen, it's
brother.
gonna get your
Listen,
turn.
you're gonna get your turn. You see at the panel who's on the top and you're at the bottom. You're second to last, brother. You get your
Because
turn.
he's talking about me, I'm Yoruba.
I
But what he's
understand,
talking
brother.
about doesn't make no sense.
Brother, it's not your turn to speak. You have your time to speak, brother. Yes, loves. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. You want to address the prompt, Bellamy?
Yes, ma'am. I don't feel as if being called black is too broad of a term, and being labeled as black is too broad of a term. Just given the fact that as melanated of African descent, of Afro descent, that's what you looked at as around the world, right? So even me being Jamaican, right? I mean, they're white tea Jamaicans. You know, I mean, Indian Jamaicans, Chinese Jamaicans, right? And I always refer to myself as black. I feel as if FBA feel as if being black in America is a unique experience to just black Americans. I mean, immigrants who are black receive the same level of profile and vitriol from other groups. You know what I mean? So that is not a unique experience, and that's why I say we have a common enemy, but. You know what I mean? I have no problem with FBA wanting to delineate and identify themselves, right? Because I do highlight the struggles or what the ancestry has been through. You know what I mean? That they paved roads and they did a lot of stuff for immigrants and as well as Black Americans who's here on the soil now, right? But as far as denigrating people for coming to America in search of better opportunity, when we all know that colonialism exists. You know what I mean? When countries are being ravaged and their natural resources have been taken and brought into places like the West, for somebody to come over and enjoy those resources as well, you can't denigrate for that. My problem is, let's not, fight ourselves for a pot, right? They're giving us a pot, and this is your opportunity as Black people in America. Let's do away with that pot, say we don't want that. And I agree with a brother who was up here not too long ago, Original. See, that's a brother who has an opposition to me that I can listen to. Okay, he articulated himself, and he's not being xenophobic or anything
Okay,
like
make
that.
your point, Bellamy.
He just speaking facts, and I appreciate that. I'm just saying, let's not fight over the crumbs. Let's do away with the crumbs, and let's try to get something better as Black people in general.
All right, thank you. Anybody have any rebuttals for Bellamy?
Yeah, I got a rebuttal.
I got one
Helicopter
too.
I
and
have one
JP.
too.
Okay,
I
it's
have a
the first
rebuttal.
two. It's the first two. Sorry, Ella. Go ahead, Helicopter.
All right, how you doing tonight?
Hey, Helicopter.
So he said two things I want to rebut. He said that we got the same experiences here in America as Black people, and then he said that we own the term Black. We act like we own the term Blackness, and it only applies to us. So I'm going to rebut both of those things. First thing, we had the same experiences, right? I beg to differ, right? And here's the reason why. You were allowed to come here and set up a little Haiti, okay? You look at Belgrade, Florida. Belgrade, Florida literally looks like the interior of the capital of Haiti, okay? We weren't allowed to set up our own Rosewood, our own Tulsa, our own, grounds up in New York City that got rolled down and turned into Manhattan, right? We wasn't allowed to have our own Oscarville, right? And all the other little towns that are buried all up on the lakes in Georgia, like West Point Lake, places like that. So how can you sit here and say that we've had the same experiences when your little Haiti was allowed to thrive and you guys were allowed to be successful here in America, but we weren't given the same opportunity, right? And the second thing is, you said we own Black. The first time Black was ever mentioned legally was in 1705 in the Virginia slave codes, okay? You guys weren't even a country. Nobody on this planet was a country by then that could legally point to 1705 on paper as referring to themselves as Black. And I'm gonna land my plane.
Ella, she could take my spot, Sister Love.
Thank you. I just think it's mighty funny how the gentleman next to you is sitting up here spewing lies, saying that Americans haven't built anything, talking about Native Americans and indigenous Aboriginal Indians, which my lineage traced back to.
I never said that, man.
No, I'm not talking. I didn't say you, sir. I said the gentleman next to you. Okay. You didn't say one word about his xenophobic lies about our history. And that's what I have a problem with is
Oh,
that.
no. Ella. It's not. It's Bellamy's turn to respond to what I said.
What's going on?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought FBA said I can go. I take his place. I apologize.
Did you say that?
I did say that.
Okay, so you she rebutting, who was that? Bellamy,
Oh,
right? So you
I rebutted
rebutting
Bellamy, but Bellamy never got his final say.
Okay, well let him get his final say, Ella, and then you can go. All right, go ahead, Bellamy.
Yes, indeed, brother. I do hear you. And I understand the stance that you're taking within this. But in terms of like setting up Lower Haiti, I'm not familiar with that portion of Florida, X, Y, and Z. I'm sure the reason why they call it because it's just a large influx of Haitians within that area. I don't feel as if they're doing anything broad economically or where they were given something to constitute, you know what I mean, well, what you're saying, right? As far as Black Wall Street being burnt down, X, Y, and Z. You know what I mean? I don't feel like those things are the same, but I understand what you're saying.
Okay, real quick, you guys, tap the screen. I know we can get to 100K tonight. Don't forget to do your daily heart meets, share the live, and thanks for the gifts, you guys. Thanks for gifting us. So go ahead, Ella.
Okay, I apologize. Helicopter.
Oh
It
yeah, and
just
real quick, don't forget to
okay.
follow me, y'all. Sorry, Ella, go ahead.
It's okay. It triggers me to hear these foreigners come up here and disrespect our ancestors like this. And to be honest with you, I'll be 53 years old this year. I've lived all over the United States. I come from a military family. I've traveled outside the country to many different countries. And I just recently met a Black African or a Black Caribbean. But now you guys want to latch on to this word black and say that we're trying to take something away from you that was never yours from the beginning. When I went to Sierra Leone, I was never called an African. I was called a foreigner. And for the gentleman who just responded to helicopter saying the xenophobic, you have the gentleman next to you that's talking about the Native Americans, which they are not the same as the indigenous aboriginals of this land. You said we didn't build anything. When my family literally helped build the Livies in New Orleans. We helped build
Land
the,
your plane, Ella.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Land your plane.
Okay. We helped build the Panama Canal. So I really wish you guys would stop speaking negatively about our ancestors and our history and go back to your country and help your people where your help is needed.
So can I get?
Bellamy, Bellamy, final say.
Yeah, yes, indeed. I mean, I'm not gonna address anything the young lady is saying because I don't feel like she's rebutting me. She is talking more to the gentleman off to my right, Sheree, because I didn't say any disparaging things towards Black Americans at FBA at this time around. Normally I would, but you know what I mean. I'm easing up on that. So again,
Thank you,
you know what I
Bellamy.
mean? I have no problem with FBA, you know, pushing for this, the movement. You know what I mean? I do support the movement of the delineation. And I do feel as if Black Americans are entitled to some level of reparations. You know what I mean? 100%. But my problem is when the rhetoric comes in, right? You know what I mean? The stance on immigration and calling people disparaging things. That's why I take offense, and then I got to push back on it every time. You know what I'm saying? But and I'll end there.
Okay, Bellamy, you ready for your question?
Yes, ma'am.
What would life be like for melanated immigrants in this country with millions of FBA slash Black Americans against them?
I mean, I'm sure, you know what I mean, that would be a detriment. That's something that's visual. You know what I mean? If somebody is against you verbally, politically, and maybe even physically, of course, you know what I mean, you're going to see that. I hope that's not the case, you know what I mean? But, you know what I mean, that's something that's definitely going to be identifiable.
Can you talk a little bit more about that? Is
Yeah, I
that a
mean,
worry? Is that a worry for melanated immigrants?
not really, you know what I mean, because here's the thing, right? The FBA construct, you know what I mean, in terms of it's Black America, right? And a faction of Black America is FBA, who has this rhetoric against Black immigrants. You know what I mean? So it's not the majority. So and the reason why I say FBA is more of a social media construct because the type of verbiage wouldn't translate to real life. You know what I mean? Because you're offending people personally, right? With what you say, or what you can say, right? Or what people, what the verbiage on the internet is. You know what I mean? So you're gonna get a lot of pushback for that. So I just feel as if, FBA should self-identify, you know what I mean, and don't say Black America, you know what I mean. This because Black America, a lot of Black Americans do not disagree with this movement, do not agree with this the rhetoric and the movement around it.
All right, thank you, Bellamy. Sheree, hi, how you doing tonight?
Yeah, I'm good. How you doing?
Hey, Sheree, you want to address the prompt for
I'm
me?
sorry. Thanks for having me, loves. I'm gonna drop down. I
All right,
appreciate y'all. Thank you.
all right, enjoy your evening.
You
Yeah,
too now. Thank
it's
you.
black too. It's black
Huh?
too.
What you
Hello.
say, Sheree?
No, I'm trying to answer the question.
Oh, okay, my bad. Go ahead.
Is black too broad to define a people? I would say no, because I believe there is strength in numbers, like I do say all the time, right? So it's not broad enough for me because it's useful when it comes to like socially and politically, right? The more you have the numbers, the power you have, right? I can give you yeah, I mean, politically it helps, especially. So it's not broad enough for me. So I've heard some things here, right? First of all, listen, nobody wants to benefit from you. And then listen, I have to make this clear. When I'm talking about FBA, not Black Americans. I'm talking to the same people that dislike themselves so much that they dislike others. They are those I'm talking about. Nobody wants to benefit from you. You guys have nothing to give us, right? And stop telling us that we should go back to our country. Those countries were invaded by YT, by your colonizers. They stole from us. They stole our resources. They stole our golds, our diamonds, right? So we are here taking it back. Either you are with us or just leave us alone. You don't have a country. The last time I checked, Trump is from and grandparents were from Germany or so. You don't control anything. Rubio is it from Cuba? Where are you? Leave us alone. Leave us alone. What do you have? So we are here taking what belongs to us. Leave us alone. At least most of us are doing it with hard work. What's your problem? We don't want any of your reparations. So helicopter is talking about where is our little Asian? The last time I checked, who destroyed your Black Wall Street? Who destroyed it? The whitey.
Sheree, land your plane, Sheree. You got
Okay, all
rebuttals
right.
coming in. You got
Right,
rebuttals coming in.
right.
So
The
go
last
ahead.
time I checked,
I hear you, Casey.
who destroyed your Wall Street is the YT. Are you fighting them? Are you scared of them? All right, I will land there. I will land here for now.
All right, JT has one rebuttal. Anybody else have a rebuttal for
I
Sheree?
got called out, so I got one.
Okay. All right, go ahead, JT.
So this is what we talk about. Now here this man said that White T destroyed our Black Wall Street. Did we fight back? As a matter of fact, we did fight back, which is the reason why they had to drop a B on the city of Tulsa, because our military men who actually had come home from WAR was whooping their behinds. And this is what we talk about when y'all don't know our history. Now here is a quote unquote man. This is an African male who is here in our country saying that the way he's fighting back the people who are stealing his resources is to come live among them and get a job. Now, what other man on the planet does that? Do you know of any other male on the planet who flees to the country that's taken all of his resources, just leaves his women and children to fend for themselves in his homeland to come live in the country that's taken all of his resources? And in his mind, that's quote unquote fighting back. Why would we have a problem with that? This is the ridiculousness of the African male. It's an African mind that allows
Land
anybody.
your plane, JT.
Okay, and I'll land with this. King Leopold sent an army over to the Congo. Don't you know this small army over the years unalived 10 million Congolese people? A small army. This tells you everything you need to know about the Africans and why everybody on the planet takes whatever they want from these people because they're
Okay,
weak.
JT.
Okay, that's fine. I'll land with that.
All right, thank you. Sheree, final say.
Okay. So listen, I'm here taking what belongs to us. You are not going to tell me how to do it. And listen, it doesn't matter how we do it. Most Africans that come here are successful. Go and see the kind of properties they building at home. You will be shocked, like I said the other time, right? And stop attacking Somalis. I don't condone fraud, but the last time I talked to a Somali, they said that's part of their reparations they're taking, right? That the money that you people said they fraud the government, to them they said it's nothing compared to what they took from them, right? So listen, we all have strategies to fight. If they are using guns, we are using our minds. So you can tell us how to do, whilst you can do it yourself. You call here your country, you have no power, you have no government, you have nothing but TikTok warrior. And I land my plane.
All right, thank you. Helicopter.
All right, cool. He said that the YT man burnt down our Tulsa, Oklahoma. You literally proved my point. Okay, and this is what I be talking about when I say y'all brains be full of bushmeat. Y'all come on here, y'all be trying to talk just because you happy that you could speak English, but in reality, you be literally proving the damn points that we be goddamn making, right? And like I said, y'all was allowed to come over here and set up a little fucking Africa town. Y'all was allowed to come over here and set up a little Nigeria. Y'all was allowed to come over here and set up a little Ghana. And how dare you say black folks ain't gonna goddamn fight? We ain't never fought for nothing. Mother, you over here with a whole ass accent, bruh, because you refuse to fight in your own homeland. Okay? And you keep running around here every time you get a chance, you talking about you here to take. I'm telling you right now, you cursed. Okay? Whatever you done took from us, we already took from you 10 times over, bruh. Whatever you plan on taking from us, we're going to take it from your descendants 10 times over. You don't come to our sacred homeland talking about you're going to take something and think that it's going to be okay. You are a cursed person. You are a cursed species, and your descendants will be cursed tenfold for everything that you steal from our ancestors talking about you owe us, right? We don't owe you shit. All right, you need to take that over to YT man in Europe that came into your homeland and stop coming over here and stealing from us. You are a cursed species. I'm putting that on you right now through my ancestors, and I'm gonna land my plane.
Sheree, final say.
So I speak with accent, right? Because I speak more than 6 languages. Because I'm smarter than you. How many do you speak? I'm way intelligent than you. How many do you speak? So the last time I checked, right, when a person is scarce, they have nothing good going for them. Go to Africa. I'm not even talking about me. Go to Africa and see the kind of, even though with all the things that they've done to them, go and see the kind of, ask those that go to Ghana, ask them the kind of buildings they see there, the kind of roads they see there. We are not cursed. If you are cursed, you don't have anything. You are the cursed one because you lied on our ancestors that came to build America. If you want your life to be better, if you want to be lazy, if you don't want, if you want to stop being lazy and being how do I say this? Good for nothing.
You better learn how to speak
Shut the
more than
fuck. Shut up. Shut up. So I'm gonna tell you.
shut the fuck up, you dumbass bitch.
Who is this for?
Okay, thank you, Hassan.
I'm at
Whoever
your
you are.
mother's house.
So listen, I need my time back. I need to tell helicopter
No,
something.
your
So
time. I give you 10 seconds. Move it along, Sheree.
right,
Your time was up,
the first
basically.
one is the one that doesn't have anything, and that's your helicopter and your people and FBA. Because good working Americans, Black Americans, don't have time for us, right?
Okay, you ready for your question, Sheree?
Yes.
Is this tension between Black Americans and immigrants rooted in culture or in access to power?
Please, the question again, please.
Okay. Is this tension between Black Americans and immigrants rooted in culture or in access to power?
I would say access to power because the FBAs are failing in life, and they're talking about cares. They see how immigrants come here with nothing and leave with all kinds of properties, right? With all kinds of money and properties. And for at this time is jealousy, right? Is jealousy. We
No, it's not.
African, yes, it
No, it is
is.
not.
Who is this guy?
What you mean? Who is this guy? Have you been hearing yourself,
Why
boo?
y'all
You've
loving
been
this
up here
guy?
saying a
Why y'all
whole
loving
lot
this
of
Excuse
clown?
me.
nothing.
Excuse me, Crush. Do you want to stay up here or you want to just get off mic?
I'll get off mic for now.
Huh? All right, Sheree, can you land your plane?
I need. He took my time, right?
See,
So
he took like 10 seconds. Wrap it up,
so so
Sheree.
my point is that the people fighting immigrants are people that nothing is working for them. They are lazy. They have nothing going on for them. They want quick money from the government, from our ancestors that came to America and work. The cases are on you guys for trying to disrespect the kind of hard work they did.
Okay,
Not
thank you,
not us.
Sheree.
And I land here.
All right, thank you. Ella, how you doing?
Girl, I'm just over here. I'm just so disgusted with these people. Look, you guys, these
You want to
people,
address the prompt?
yes, I do. No, like I said, yeah, black is too broad now
Okay.
because not even 5 years ago, you couldn't even meet a black African or Caribbean. They never identified as being black. I have good friends from Africa. I'd have been to Africa and they never identified themselves as being black until recently. So absolutely black is just very broad at this time. And it really something needs to be done with it because these people hate us. And I have so many
I love TikTok shop. I love TikTok shop. You can't say that word. You got to spell it
okay.
HATE.
I apologize. These people have so much disdain for us, um and that it's like our people that's so brainwashed and only focus on one part of our history is always giving these people grace because they come from poor places and poor countries. These people, the disdain that they have for us is the same disdain that they have for themselves. When I went to Sierra Leone, I seen people walking around with limbs because of the civil WAR that happened not too long ago. And I don't understand if they're so successful and they can do all this without us and we're lazy. What do you care what we call ourselves or detaching you from black? Why do you want to be associated with black that's been associated with a group of people here in this country for hundreds of years? It just doesn't make any sense. You guys are delusional. Most Africans that come here drive Uber and deliver Uber Eats. You get fake IDs, sir. You have all different kind of issues going on in your country. And this is why we can't build with anyone like yourself because of your mentality. And it starts at home. And one more thing, and I'm gonna land my plane because one of you guys said something earlier. Why do a lot of Black Americans, some of us call ourselves FBA, some of us call ourselves Aboriginals. Some of us call ourselves freedmen because we are. Just like you have Nigerians and you have Ethiopians, we have the same over here on the continent of the Americas. But one thing is that we move as a unit. If one falls, we all fall. In Africa, if one grows, then you leave your people behind. This is a known
Okay,
fact.
land your plane.
I'm done.
Anybody have any rebuttals for Ella?
Yeah, I do.
Go
I do as
ahead.
well.
Okay, Sheree and then Nerdy.
So I heard her talking about we have disdain for our own people, right? Because we since when did I mean we speak facts, right? We are not listen,
Lie.
since I joined this TikTok thing, right?
Where are you from, sir?
Can he land his,
How
hold
is
on, Sheree, hold on. Can he finish so I won't have to start his time back? Can you
okay.
wait? Because you'll have the final say with each person who rebuts you. Go ahead, Sheree.
The last time I checked, right, it is FBA that attacks immigrants. It's not the other way around. So if they talk so we are not the ones starting it. You people are those starting it. And listen, we don't want to be part of you. No, not FBA. No, we don't want to be part of you. The last time I checked you said you guys fight together. Have you stopped peeping each other in your communities? Have you stopped it? Is that the unity you're calling for? So yeah, if you guys know how to fight for each other, stop peeping yourself first, and then we can talk about unity in your community before you can preach to Africans. And I land here.
Can I rebuttal?
You have
Sir,
final say. You got the final say with each rebuttal. Go ahead.
sir, you tell me, because it was just in the news that thousands of Muslims unalived Christians over in Africa. You tell me, when in history have Black Americans, FBAs, freedmen's, Aboriginals on this land has unalived each other by thousands because we don't have the same religious beliefs? You're talking about one or two individuals or a small group of people here in this country that might be gang related or have beef with one another. We don't do that, sir. So once again, the disdain that you have for us is this disdain that you have for your own kind. Period.
Okay, thank you, Nerdy. Go ahead with your rebuttal.
Hi, good evening, everybody. So I've been listening to the conversation, and I don't want to come on here. I don't want to argue with anybody. I think a lot of misinformation has been spread on both sides. I think at the end of the day, we can look at communities within the US, communities over in countries within Africa, and see where there are areas of need of improvement. But I think overall, we are addressing the wrong common denominator. When we look at issues within the US, when we look at issues within, even within Africa, the common denominator is not us attacking each other. The common denominator has always been European YT people. And it just hurts me to hear the attack. And I'm not saying it in the sense that respect definitely needs to be given to FBAs. I'm not here to dispute any of that. I, as someone who is first generation born here within the US, I've read the history. I understand. I've seen a lot and read and studied a lot of what has been contributed,
Okay, you
what
gotta
has been
land your
done off the
plane,
backs.
Nerdy.
I will land it.
Mhm.
Sorry, ma'am. But all I really want to say is we're doing ourselves a disservice of fighting each other. It will bring nothing but just more destruction.
Host, can I rebut what Shirey said?
Can I rebuttal what she just said?
No, what rebuttal what Shirey said, not her.
No,
Shirey.
excuse me, Crush. Ella, you always, once again, has the final say. Whoever turn it is, when they get a rebuttal, you always have the last word. Go ahead, Ella.
Okay, ma'am. Um, for at least a good 70 years, Black Americans have been very given, very open arms to immigrants. I myself know many Black Americans who have married immigrants for their papers. And then you have individuals like this gentleman beside me telling us about our history, what we haven't built in this country. Africans been, this is not new. My best friend is Nigerian. You guys act as if, or I don't know if you're American, or I don't know if you're African or Caribbean, but you guys act as if we don't socialize outside of our ethnicity. Our friends, the people that is married into our families, they tell us the truth about Africans and Caribbeans and how they've been feeling about us for a very long time. We didn't just make this up. We have been more than generous, more than unselfish. And then you have individuals like this goofy that will come up here and tell us that we're nothing. We have nothing. This is not our culture. And as if our ancestors didn't fight and didn't build this country. That is disrespectful. It's disrespectful on every
Land
level.
your
And no,
plane,
we're
Ella.
not going for it no more. So I
Land
land
your
my
plane.
plane. Land my plane
Can I
there.
rebuttal?
Okay. No, no, ma'am. You already did. It's not a back and forth. Ella, you ready for your questions so we can get to helicopter?
Yes. Hmm.
Okay. Should government policy distinguish between lineage-based harm and immigrant disadvantage? Why or why not?
Most definitely. I feel as if we have not only given a lot of individuals a pass in this country with their degenerate behavior being dumped on us, with them dipping into our resources. Our tax dollars have also been going over to these other countries as well. And we don't owe anybody anything. And I think we need to really focus on ourselves right now, so we can do better as an ethnic group here in the Americas, or the United States, as I can say. So that's all I have to say. Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ella. I'm gonna drop you down. Thanks for coming up. I'm gonna rotate
Thank
this.
you for having me up.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Helicopter, how you doing? Sheree, we don't have any opposition up here except Nerdy and Sheree. I don't know what Kalushi is about, so we'll see. We'll go ahead, Helicopter.
All right. FBA versus global black. Well, let me go ahead and shut that down. Ain't no such thing as global black. There's only one black, and that's Black Americans. Next thing is black too broad a term to define people. Nope. Black applies to one group of people and one group of people only on this planet. Okay. The first time black was mentioned legally anywhere on this planet or any documentation was in the 13 colonies in the 1705 slave codes. Okay. They mentioned three things: black, mulatto, and black Indian. They didn't say nothing about no African. They didn't say nothing about no Caribbean. They didn't say none of that because most of them places were still colonized at the time, okay? And I'm not about to get into no history lesson about this because one thing we're going to understand is this is our land, okay? Our ancestors, they died for this land. They unalive for this land, okay? I'm not no Christian man, right? But one thing that I do know, right, is that we are a chosen people because I know my ancestors was Christian, right? And they prayed to Jesus every single day for freedom for their children. And their prayers got answered, okay? And their blood was shed on this land, all right? So when this immigrants coming over here, right, and they coming over here and they benefiting anything from this land that our ancestors shed blood on, and they're not being grateful and they're not being thankful and they not acknowledging that shit, whatever they sent back to their homeland, that shit is cursed. They're cursed. We fighting a spiritual war at this point. You know what I'm saying? Because they coming over here and they trying to fuck with our spirit. They trying to fuck with the spirit that our ancestors laid. They come over here and they benefit from our historically black colleges and universities, right? They get all these degrees, all these benefits. They take that shit home. All that shit is cursed now. You know what I'm saying? Give you another example. They in our politics and our congressional black caucus, which is mostly immigrants. All of them are cursed. All that shit, they benefits they getting from us, sending it back to their homeland, all that shit is cursed, right? And from this point on, like you just saying a couple weeks ago, Ghana came over here and they tried to get off on our benefits. He went back home, they cursed. They had the worst daggone storms that they had in like 20, 30 years. You know what I'm saying? So any immigrant at this point on that's coming over here specifically to take from us and send that shit back to their homeland, that shit is cursed. And we got 500 years on this land of fighting for what we have. So that's going to be a 400 to 500 years times tenfold that these places like the Caribbean and Africa is going to be cursed with our lineage at this point. You know what I'm saying? So I'm tired of explaining it to these folks, tired of giving them history lessons, tired of trying to goddamn claim shit. At this point, you guys are cursed if you come over here deliberately to take from what our ancestors laid blood for on this soil. And I'm a land.
Thank you, Helicopter. Anybody have a rebuttal for Helicopter?
Yes, I do.
Sheree, anybody else have a rebuttal for Helicopter? Eric?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so
Yes.
Sheree. Okay, 1 second, Eric. As soon as Sheree and Helicopter done, I'm gonna get to you and Helicopter. Go ahead, Sheree.
So since helicopter wants to talk about curse, right? I will show him when somebody is cursed, I'll show him how he looks like, right? So somebody that is cursed, right? Nothing good happens to them. And that's not Africans. I can guarantee you buy a plane ticket right now and go to Ghana and see. No, you? So you are the cursed one. And you know why you are cursed? You are cursed because our African ancestors were brought here and they built America for free, and you are here lying about it. That's why you are cursed. And let's talk about the flood in Ghana. Don't you guys experience flood here? So you guys are also cursed with all the hurricanes and stuff that happens here. Oh, okay. Now I see those who are really cursed because we don't experience that in Ghana, in other places. It happens in America. So if you are talking about flood and stuff, means it's cursed. Then look at America first before you look at anywhere, right? And you're talking about Christianity. Christianity is not yours. It's for the whitey. Again, you are
All
lost.
right, land
You don't
your
know what you
plane,
are doing.
Sheree, so we can get through the panel, please.
And
Land.
I'll land here.
All right, Helicopter, final say.
All right. First thing he wanted to talk about was floods. Okay, I know what he was referring to. He was referring to New Orleans, right? Because New Orleans is the most famous flood. That's what most of these immigrants, they only know our history from the 2000s moving forward, right? You been in New Orleans lately, player? I've been in New Orleans probably about 6, 7 times in the past month. I plan on being down there at the end of the month, right? New Orleans has completely rebuilt itself. New Orleans is one of the least violent cities in America. Where they had like 7 murders last year out of a city of millions of people, right? But you guys, y'all came over here and y'all stole from everything from us, and y'all went back home and you got flooded and y'all still unalive. Y'all got churches and everything that done burned down, right? So it ain't even a point of addressing the curses that you guys have from y'all participation in the slave trade. And you want to talk about somebody that's weak and that's a failure. You got a whole accent while flying the American flag with the daggone symbol of freedom, the bald eagle. So all I gotta say to that is thank God to be American. Thank God for America. Because you here with an accent flying the American flag. Thank God for America. And I land my plane.
Okay, Eric, rebuttal.
Okay, helicopter. I'm from Ghana. I rebuke your mouth. First of all, we will not come here and say black Americans are cursed. We love black Americans. Okay? I love black Americans. I was listening to I think Ronnie DeVoe went to Ghana and they were playing Cool It Now there. It brought me back to back. When I wanted to be like him, it's a star. It's inspiration. If somebody want to be like you, that means you are inspired to that person. You know, don't take it as negative. Why are you not happy within yourself? Okay, we don't hate black Americans. Ghana didn't come here to do anything. He just came
You
here to
gotta
let
say
United States.
HATE. HATE. I love TikTok shop. You cannot say that word, y'all.
Okay, my bad. Ghana didn't come here to do anything. They came here to make United Nations recognize that the the Atlantic slave trade is not good for humanity. Okay, that's what he came here for. He
You a
didn't come here and take
bold-faced
your
liar.
resources.
Okay, thank you,
He
Crush.
didn't
I'm
come.
gonna drop you down.
He didn't come here and take your
Land your
resources for
plane.
what?
Land your plane, Eric.
So Let me learn real quick. So sometimes when you talk, you don't know facts. Look at Katrina. Can we say it's a curse? It's not a curse. It's a natural disaster. Go learn your book before you talk. Okay? And learn.
All right, helicopter.
All right, first of all, sir, you cannot come to my homeland that my ancestors shed blood on with their prayers and they daggone hopes and their dreams and pass down to their descendants and rebuke me. It doesn't work that way, okay? You have to be in your ancestral lands in order to put something on somebody, right? And we already know that Ghana is cursed because you guys were the number one participants in the slave trade, right? You know how many souls that you guys destroyed? You know how many lineages that y'all destroyed over there in Ghana? You know how many daggone children never got to say they mama no more? How many daggone fathers never got to see their sons? And you want to talk about somebody that's cursed? How dare you, bruh? Like I said, any one of y'all coming over here speaking negatively of us, you coming over here to take from us, you coming over here to do anything against anything that our ancestors built, you're taking that shit back to your homeland tenfold, and you're going to be set back another 1,000 years. Okay? I'm not going to be sitting on here educating y'all no more. We're done with y'all. We're turning this into a spiritual battle, and until your ancestors can pray to Jesus for freedom and be freed, right? Like our ancestors did, you cannot call yourself the chosen one. So your curses don't work over here, bro. Go back to your homeland and help them kids that going unallowed in that church and help them people that unallowed in that school. And I'm going to land my plane.
Okay, you ready for your question,
Can I
helicopter?
can
Yes,
I do
ma'am.
a rebuttal? Can I do a rebuttal for helicopter, please?
No, it's a little too late for that. Sorry. Helicopter, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
What would life be like for melanated immigrants in this country with millions of FBA/Black Americans against them?
We about to find out here in a couple of months. We about to find out. Like I said, this is a spiritual battle that's going on. It ain't no coincidence that over the past few years, we decided to separate ourselves from the melanated immigrants. And now all of a sudden, those guys are on the chopping block when it comes to the Constitution. That's a spiritual thing, right? So they're about to find out. It's going to be incredibly difficult to exist in this country as an immigrant moving forward after the summer. Can somebody mute their microphone? It's going to be incredibly difficult for any immigrant to exist in America after this summer based on the spiritual that we got going on right now. Okay. Our ancestors prayed for this. You know what I'm saying? Our ancestors shed blood for what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Everything that we're owed, that is a spiritual thing. Our ancestors shed blood for that. And these guys have been taken from the soil that our ancestors laid blood on. This is not a coincidence. All this stuff is written in stone. So moving forward, any immigrant that's gonna have a child here that plans on trying to lock something down here, as far as land, as far as a lineage, as far as any of that, all that stuff is over. It's done for, right? The immigrants wanted to come over here and replace us. Well, guess what? The replacement is in effect right now, right? Because as we elevate from the bottom, guess who got to fill in the bottom? You know, these immigrants come over here and they only compare themselves to the bottom, right? They never come over here and compare themselves to the top. And that lets you know that they come over here to replace us at the bottom. So all these prisons that's open right now, soon as June come around and they make all these guys illegal, that's the curse that's they're going to start putting their descendants in the jails that's going to replace us, right? When they go back to their homeland, all the U.S. aid is gone. UN ain't got no more money. Most of Africa is starving right now. They can't afford to pay their rent. They can't afford to grow nothing. They don't have no fresh water. They shitting all over the daggone place. They destroying every daggone thing. They unaliving each other. The whole entire continent of Africa is a wasteland. And we will continue to move forward without them because they will no longer have our protection here in America. And we are a unique and rare group that nobody else on this planet gets to experience. And I'm going to land my plane.
All right, thank you, Helicopter Sheree. Thank you for coming up. I'm going to rotate you down so I can get to the people in the queue. Hey, Greg, nice. Thank you, Sheree. Greg, hey.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, board. Peace to the host. Peace to the speakers. Peace to the chat, most importantly, and all that. What's going on? To the prompt. Is black too broad to define the people? Absolutely it is. To the brother Helicopter's point, black is synonymous with those who come from America. Point blank, period, end of story. There is no backing that up with any other empirical evidence that you don't have. That's number one. Number two, first and foremost, man, I'm sick and tired of these Africans having some type of audacity to feel like they own something in this planet, within this country, within this land. You own nothing within this land. There is nothing that you contributed to in this land. Not the inception of it, not any laws, nothing. Nothing. The very freaking reason you're here is because of our ancestors who shed blood and sacrificed life and limb in order for you to be here. And we didn't even ask for that. We didn't ask for that in mass. We didn't ask for this in waves in the way that it's happened now. It's total destruction for our people at this point. And if they don't understand it, they don't understand. I'm not here to give you understanding. You know, earlier today we tried to give you understanding. Nah, not anymore. Nah, helicopter's perfectly, absolutely, 100% unequivocally right. We're not here to teach y'all. This is once again a spiritual situation. You got flooded the minute you set foot on this soil here and disrespected our ancestors, bringing reefs to the grave of the people you sold off for trinkets at best. You put a reef here and then you come home to a freaking flood. That's exactly what biblical response is when you disrespect ancestors. That's what happens. It comes back to you in weather and any type of unearthly catastrophe that should happen to those who befall the devil's work. Because that's what you did, the devil's work, the Ophe devil's work. So, in essence, a lot of y'all are uneducated to the facts. A lot of y'all are uneducated to your own people, your own history, and who you are. We sat here and listened to a dude just totally disrespect his daughter and don't even tell her the half of herself. And now we got somebody over here growing up a rogue, essentially, and roguish for no reason other than her father taught her wrong. And that's the whole premise with you Africans and those of you who come over here from the diaspora, quote unquote.
Land your plane, Greg.
So I land my plane with this. If you deem no respect for our people, understand the same energy will be delivered back to you.
Okay, anybody have any rebuttals for Greg Nice?
Yeah,
Gritty.
I'm gonna have a
Yes,
rebuttal
I
for
do.
that.
But look, wait, the
I
first two, hold on, wait a minute. Eric and Kalushi, I think I said that, saw that. Kalushi, did you have a rebuttal?
Yeah, I got a rebuttal for these two gentlemen. I think the
Oh, no, no,
helicopter and
no.
the
Hold
Greg.
on, Kalushi. Kalushi, slow down. It's only for Greg Nice. Helicopter, we not on Greg
Okay,
Nice.
let
I
me let
mean,
me do a rebuttal for Greg.
for Greg.
I think this guy is so confused. I think he's just a confused element, only talking shenanigans that he doesn't even understand. We don't want to come to America. We don't want to come to America. America also is in Africa. A lot of Americans in Africa. What are they doing there then? This is trade. We come here, they go there. We do business here, they do business there. Our coffee, you drink coffee from America. Where does coffee come? It comes from Africa. Cocoa comes from Africa. Gold, everything, name it. So don't come here and try to confuse people, trying to tell them, you Africans, go back to your continent. We love our continent. It is the best continent ever with tropical climate, a very nice place. That's why you guys can do without Africa too. We are exchanging things. We exchange trades. You take these, we take these. It's an exchange of trade. It's not that we come here to take your places. We don't want to take your places. For what? We are contented with what we have, and we are okay with what we have. We just come here
You a
for
question?
business.
Can
Okay,
I
hold
ask you a
on, Greg.
question?
Hold on, Greg. What you need to, you want to ask him something?
I want to ask a question to his rebuttal. Can I ask a question? Kalaji, is that your name? Kalaji, whatever.
Kalushi. Yeah, I give
Kalaji.
y'all 1 minute
Yeah, go
so I
ahead,
can
go
move
ahead,
on.
Where are
go
you
ahead,
at right now?
go ahead.
Where are you at right now?
No, that's not the case. Just ask your question.
No, it is the case. Where are you?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't add up.
Are
Just ask
you?
the question.
See?
And
Where
I
are
will
you?
tell you.
What state are you in?
I'm in the world.
What
I don't
state
want to tell you
are
where I
you
am.
in, sir?
I'm not even in the
What
States.
state in America are you in right now?
No, you ask a
What
question.
state in America are you in
So,
right now?
what's your
Okay.
question?
He
I,
don't want to answer,
that is my
Greg.
question. What state are you in right now?
He wants to
Hold on,
personalize it.
beloved.
I'm
Don't come off the mic. You gonna answer his question, Kalushi?
okay. Ask
See,
the question.
go ahead, Greg. He
What
said,
state in America are you residing in right now?
I'm not in America, please.
Where are you at?
I'm in Africa.
Are you sure?
Yes,
I don't think you are.
I'm in
And
Africa.
here's why. It's such a great place, but you're here in America, see? It's such a beautiful place, but you're here in America, see? You're
You think
here
the
using my
problem?
laws,
The
using
people.
my policies,
Okay, go ahead. Go
using
ahead.
everything that my people brought to you, sir. So you sit up here with your hypocritical ass in my country telling me what the fuck is what, and you ain't even in your so-called country that you sit here and praise so fucking highly, and you don't even fucking live there. Get the fuck out of here. Stop fucking talking, you hypocritical, ignorant motherfucker, you. And I'll land my plane with that.
okay. Who else had the Eric? Your rebuttal.
Okay, Greg, let me tell you something. Go ask the Americans that set their base in Ghana at the airport. They got American flag there. They got American military there. Go ask the Americans that live in South Korea, South Korea, Germany, and tell them to go to their country. I live in North Carolina. I was here before your ass was born. I'm a naturalized citizen. Okay? I didn't come here to disrespect you or anything. So when you open your stinking mouth to talk, watch your mouth. Okay?
How old are you, sir?
The
How
reason
old are
why
you?
we here,
Greg,
we're
let
not
him
here to
land
take
his
your
plane. You
resources.
got the final
Okay?
say. Go ahead,
Oh,
Eric.
We didn't come here to take your resources. I love black Americans, but you are the biggest problem because you don't learn nothing. If you want Africans to go tell the military in Africa, U.S. military in Africa, to move from Africa. Then we can leave our land.
All right, thank you. Final say, Greg.
all right, here you blithering idiot. Your country asked our fucking military to be there, number one. You stupid motherfucker. Number two,
Your
I don't
country
think you're
asked
old.
me to be
How
here,
old are you? I just
dummy,
want to hear your age, your
dummy
number
ass.
age. How old are you, Eric?
Your,
How
I
old
can
are
tell
you,
you, I've been
Eric?
here before your ass was
How
born.
old are you, Eric?
You don't ask me how
How
old I
old
am.
are you, Eric?
You can't ask me how
How
old I am.
old are
And
you,
how old
Eric?
are you?
Eric,
You answer me and I'll answer
you
you.
said you were here before me, sir. So I'm asking you, how old are
What
you?
year was you born, brother?
Donna, I want to know your age.
I want to know your age. Tell me
See,
yours and I'll tell you
again,
mine.
once again, here's a stupid, hypocritical African, don't even know
There
his
you go.
age, probably
There you
born
still
on
open up your stinking
January
mouth.
1st, 1999. That was probably your
That's where
date
you
of
was
birth,
born.
you dumbass
I was here in
African. Shut up, man. You
1989,
can't even answer
March
the goddamn
31st,
question asked of you,
1989.
and you
I
want to
was a
sit here
citizen
and
before your black
chastise
ass
me.
was
You
born.
just got your goosey eating goofy
There
ass
you
over
think.
here, and
You
now you
don't
want
know
to preach
nothing.
to me
Go
about
home
history?
and ask
You don't know
your
nothing.
parent
You are an
about American
ignorant,
Constitution.
another
Okay, you
The
guys.
ignorant,
Constitution in
Well,
America.
lazy
okay,
African
Eric.
who couldn't
Okay,
straighten
Greg,
his
Mike.
country out and had to
We'll
flee
do a
here
show
and
time
use
later.
up our fucking resources
You
Hold
to
not
on.
you not
establish
the
yourself.
Hold on,
Leave me the
Greg.
fuck alone, you
All right,
dust
you ready
bunny.
for your question, Eric? I mean, Greg, not Eric. Greg, you ready
I'm
for the
ready.
question? Okay.
Oh, I got a 10-minute restriction, so I'm gonna go down.
Yeah, am I able to say something, or I just gotta wait in queue?
Yeah, you gotta wait. What was you trying to say, beloved?
I want to add to the conversation.
Oh yeah, it's an order. Then you gotta wait. I thought it was a burning desire or something.
There is, because there's a lot of comments being made that I would like to also add to.
But is this something
Because,
you? Is this something
yeah,
you
yeah,
can
yeah.
speak
So,
on when your turn
the
comes? Because
very
it's
ignorant
really
man that was just
The very
Huh?
ignorant dude that was just talking with his hands on his hip that just dropped down, the very flamboyant dude, I wanted to address him personally, right? So the
Hey,
But
dude,
he's
don't do
not
that.
here.
Be a whole
He's
man. He
not
ain't
here.
here. Don't do that.
Oh, I didn't
Jesus.
know. I
Wait,
didn't know.
hold
That's
on,
why I
y'all.
said I
Hold
wanted to
on.
address.
Hold
Okay,
on. Hold
sound like you
on.
talk with your hands
I
on the
got
hips too.
this,
So I.
y'all. Hold on. Hold on. I got this. I got this. It is Kalushi turn. We won't skip over Kalushi. Go ahead, Kalushi. You want to address the prompt?
Oh, okay. Thank you for that opportunity. First of all, I want to say a lot of things have been spoken. First of all, we
I
have.
already went. How am I
Hold,
being
hold,
skipped for Kalushi
hold,
again? Kalushi, do you
hold,
mind yielding for me?
hold on a little
Okay,
bit.
thank you for coming, beloved. You should watch down before I drop you. I'm gonna let you know. First,
Okay.
I'm not gonna drop you. I'm trying to be calm and zen tonight, okay? But when the person
Respectfully,
has a turn,
she
hold
added
on.
their
I'm
turn.
explaining it to you. I understand, and let me explain it to you, okay? So, like it's Kalushi turn right now. After
Oh,
Kalushi
okay.
addresses, hold on, Kalushi. After
Okay.
Kalushi addresses the prompt, he has 2 minutes to give his thought or his submission on the prompt. And after he gives his submission, I asked, does anyone have any rebuttals? At that time, what you just heard was Kalushi had a rebuttal for Greg. So he didn't, it wasn't his turn. It was rebuttals. Okay. Now it's his actual turn. Do that make sense to you, beloved?
I'm tracking. My apology.
Oh, that's okay. All right. Go ahead, Kalushi.
Okay. Thank you, my beloved brother, beloved, I think. First of all, I say we have a lot of respect for our Black Americans. That's one thing they should know. Even if we are arguing on this platform, it doesn't mean that we hate each other. It's just a conversation to make each one understand his or her own diversity and where they came from. First of all, black, neither black or African or whatever, it's like same kids with different mothers. We came from same father but different mothers. That's why you are here in America. I am back in Africa. So the only misconcept here is how did we from Africa come here and start disrespecting you guys the way you think? First of all, we don't do that. What we do, we come here in the US and work hard and achieve what we want and then go back. As all you know, if you go out, you have to come, you have to go back home. That's one thing. Secondly, Africa has a lot of things to offer. You guys should take a plane ticket, a flight ticket, and go to Africa and see what Africa is made of. You should get out of this little box that you guys are in of thinking that Africa, we live in trees, we walk with lions, we are so backward. We are not. That's why you guys can't do without Africa, for your information, because a lot of resources that comes here are from Africa. The continent of Africa generates a lot of things, and that's why you guys make create conflicts in Africa for you guys to take the minerals out of that continent. So the thing is, let's respect each other, let's love each other. The only thing we can say, we are all brothers, but from different mothers. That's the only difference we have. But other than that, we should respect each other as we respect you guys. Thank you.
All right. Anybody have any rebuttals for Kalushi?
Absolutely.
Indigenous? All right. Go
I
ahead,
got one.
Indigenous. And helicopter, go ahead, Indigenous.
All right. So they understand that they came here through the civil rights struggle, the Naturalization and Immigration Act, right? And so they would just admit that they keep continuing to have this influx of invasion, turning immigration into invasion. Okay. They came here to join a struggle, but they will tell you, oh, we didn't come for that. We came to work, right? And they're showing that. They're talking about, oh, we should take a plane trip to Africa. Ain't nobody trying to go to Africa, dude. We got a zoo in every damn city. Out of 54 countries over there, 23 are developed. 23. That's less than 50%. Electricity is definitely a problem over there. They up here talking about Ghana and all this kind of thing. They probably flooded that town because they did it before, 80,000 people to build Lake Volta. And they talking about the minerals that are being taken. Those minerals ain't being taken. Those people over there cannot refine those minerals. Africa is definitely minerally rich, but they have no technology or education to refine them. So European or West countries come in there, build refineries, and then they trade it in for things like training them to refine their own stuff. That's how it works. Ain't nobody taking anything from them. And it's embarrassing to continue to say that someone can come into a continent of over a
Okay, land your
billion so-called
plane.
black, over a billion people and take something from y'all. That's weak. I land my plane.
Final say, Kalushi.
Yeah. My final say is I think the guy is misinformed. We don't let him not say that we don't have that education to refine things. It's because when we want to do that, they will always create conflict for us to fight so that they can rob us of that mineral. It is plain, it's on a plain white page. So let him not try and create propaganda of saying that, oh, you guys are not educated, that's why you don't refine your minerals. We do refine our minerals, but what do you guys do? You create conflict in Africa, you create wars in Africa so that we don't get to each other and we can do nothing
It's
because you guys know that.
WARs. It's WARs. I love TikTok shop. If you do not know, if you're not TikTok friendly with the language, please do not grab a mic. Okay, go ahead, land your plane, Kalushi.
Yeah. So let him not be misinformed of like we don't have education. Let him go to Africa. I remember when this guy went to Africa, I show speed. Everyone was amazed how Africa is. The misinformation that these guys got in
Okay,
the late
land your plane,
50s.
Kalushi. You got another rebuttal.
Okay.
Helicopter, your rebuttal.
Yeah, he said two things that I wanted to rebut. The first thing he said is that we got the same mother. No, sir. An alligator and a crocodile do not come from the same egg, player. Okay, we are the alligator. Y'all are the crocodile. Okay, we are not the same, dog. All right. Second thing is our mother can feed us. America can feed us. We ain't over here starving. Most of America feeds Africa too. Y'all motherland can't feed y'all, bro. So y'all are not the mother of me. Cause my mama could take care of me. Okay. And the second thing you said is y'all take resources? No, sir. Y'all sell your resources, okay? And you're not talking to a panel of the people that own the mining companies, of people that own all of those things. You're talking to a group of FBAs that do not leave our homelands, according to you, but how we gonna be the ones to take your resources, right? And if you say y'all are the ones taking our resources on a panel full of FBA, can you name who? Which FBA person is over there taking y'all's resources? And I'm a land.
Kalushi, final say. Thank y'all for
Oh,
the
yeah, yeah.
gifts.
My final say is simple. Africa is the continent. Africa is the mother continent. We are not afraid of saying we are Africans. We don't mind if you talk anything. We don't take any BS at all. You are FBA or you are whatever. I'm a proud African from Africa, and Africa is my continent. And one of these days, Africa will rise again. And that's my closure.
Whew, I'm getting tired. All right, you ready for your question, Kalushi? Kalushi, you ready? Thanks for the gifts. You ready, Kalushi?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Are you in the? Did you say you was in on the continent, or are you here in America?
In a continent.
Okay, well, hold on. I gotta find you a different. Uh, I really don't have a question. Oh, okay. So, do people know about delineation on the continent wherever you from? Do they know about what's going on here between the Black American slash FBA and whatever else Black Americans want to label themselves as? Are they aware of the division in the delineation movement over here?
They are aware of everything. The only thing that is going on is misinformation because media houses are giving out misinformation. People are giving misinformation. But if they give the right information, people in Africa love African American or Black American, as we all call them. We are not against black Americans. We love them so much because they were taken from Africa, some of them. But the only misconception that is there is between the wealth, because America is wealthier than Africa, and that's the only thing that keeps us apart or different, because America was built 400 years ago. Africa is only like less than 100 years since we started getting our independence. So, and we are almost 3/4 to our success. So you can't come here and start comparing a continent that is only less than 100 years with a continent that is almost half a century, like 500 years. You cannot. You cannot. You have to think and sit down and analyze your thinking and know that you are trying. It's like bulldozing yourself in a tiny room and you start saying, oh, I won. You didn't win. You just bulldoze yourself. And you knew this is a tiny room. It's going to fall apart. So don't bulldoze yourself into Africa. Africa has the democracy in Africa is still young. It's still growing. And that's why we are fighting too hard to eliminate all these corrupt, ways, all these people who have been selling our minerals and everything, to kick them out and now take control of our continent. And it's happening in real time. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to rotate the stage. Thank you, Kalushi. Go ahead, Indigenous. How you doing? You want to address the prompt?
Yes, ma'am. How you doing? I appreciate the panel. Let's see here. Is black too broad to define people? Absolutely. Black is a reclassification, not just an identification. And that identification comes with a proven lineage and national pride. These people call themselves black. They call themselves black. We were reclassified. So they call themselves black as a descriptor, not as an ethnonym. Tell them to show their birth certificate. I think it's safe to say that when the general public thinks about the term quote unquote black, they turn to America because we are the standard. Okay. These people lack national pride. They lack ethnic pride and cultural pride by not being transparent about where they come from and their associated tribal affiliations. Now, they don't call themselves black for pride, love. They call themselves black for proximity to us. There's a difference. They know that their ancestors didn't fight for us, so we don't have to fight for them. Now, on the issue of that whole thing, we don't fight for anything. And the whole summer coming up, that brother was talking about the summer. It is. Read about the summer of '68. Read about the Red Summer. Okay? Anytime anybody has taken anything from us, we fought back. And it's always been in the summer. So you should watch yourselves, right? Study our history, study our legacy. Okay? Judge us after you leave. And before you do, before you leave, study how our communities thrived without or little to no violence before the coming of the immigrant. Don't judge our communities now. The data isn't disaggregated. That's why delineation is important. I land my plane.
Okay. Do anyone have any rebuttals for Indigenous?
I have a rebuttal.
August?
I do.
King
I
Bash.
do.
Okay. August and King Bash. No. All right. Go ahead, August.
So America's government, I think, on government applications only recognizes like 5 races. So when you say that, these people did not choose to be black, but chose to be black, what exactly do you mean by that? Because the government applications are not asking, are you Yoruba? Are you Kikuyu from Kenya? Are you this or that tribe, right? Majoritan from Somalia. They're asking, are you black, white, Asian, and the 2 other races they have. So I'm not really sure what you mean, but they chose to be the race. Even Arabs, for instance, even though they made a lawsuit to get this done, but they're now forced to be classified as white. In the 1950s, they thought it would be an advantage. 1990s, it started backfiring, but they still were forced to be classified as white. So when you say they chose to be black, what exactly do you mean by that?
Indigenous final say.
Not a problem. This is going to be real simple. American government's applications, because, we have easy immigrants trying to teach us things about our applications like we ain't never filled them out. With honesty and truthful, I think that what these immigrants lack understanding is that they're committing fraud. But let me get into it. Applications have the other box on them. So it ain't just those 5 classifications. It's the other box. So check other and then write your stuff in there. Okay. Now, according to Johann Blumenbach, y'all are Caucasians. Okay. So when we talk about black and you're calling yourselves black as a descriptor, you're only talking about what you look like. When we say that we're black, we're not talking about that same thing. It does not have the same feeling, right? Like I said, it comes with a legacy. It comes with history of fighting and struggling for achievement on this soil, right? And you guys know that because you choose to exploit these achievements and call it your own, right? You lose your ethnicity. Your women don't walk around here in muumuus. Your men don't walk around here without draws
Land your
and flip
plane,
flops on.
Indigenous.
Will do. So y'all lack that cultural pride, right? So this is what we're talking about. Check other on the application. Don't be stupid. Don't act that way. Check other, and I'll land my plane.
Okay, King Bash, rebuttal.
Yeah. Um. So he said their crime was down until Africa until immigrants came in. That's a lie. We all know that. We all know the crime in black communities in America. More of those crimes are committed by Americans, not immigrants. So that's a big lie. So he also talked about black is for them alone or something like that. I don't know. If you go to Ghana, their soccer team, right? Their soccer team is called Black Star, right? We are so black that we don't have to walk around and call ourselves blacks. We don't do that. We already know we are blacks. Like white people don't walk around calling themselves white, but we all know they are white. It's only when you, I don't know, for you, no, in Africa, we all know we are black. We don't have to write it down before we know we are black. Jesus. And I land here.
All right, y'all making it too easy. All right. So let's talk about the waves and waves of what immigration did. So immigration started about what in the 1960s. So we can go from the 1860s all the way up to 1950 before the immigrant comes. Now do your due diligence. This is on the U.S. Department of Census and the U.S. Department of Labor. Several periods throughout that time, we outpaced our white counterparts in wealth, income, and wages. We also built over 100 black towns and all of this kind of thing. 500 acres, 5 million acres of land and all this kind of thing. So we had achievements. They know this, right? So let's talk about the flood and floods of immigrants. So when the Haitians came in, they brought THC. When the Italians came in, they bought that powder. When the Haitians came in, I'm sorry, I already said the Haitians. When the Jamaicans came in, they brought THC and that powder. Africans came in, they brought poverty. Irish came in, they brought pills. So people were bringing things in to our community. The organized crime in our community started with the Italian people. Let's just say it like that. So it wasn't anything that we did for ourselves. We've never had a blueprint for destroying ourselves. We've proven that. Okay. So like the brother said it earlier, these people lack understanding of our history in depth. They just know surface level stuff and it's proven. Right. I land my plane. I'm ready for my question, love.
Thank you. Okay, yeah. Thank you for the gift. Okay, Indigenous. Does reclaiming a distinct Black American identity create strength or separation?
It creates both. It's a separation and it's on an agreed term. But it's strength within us because it pulls us together. We know that together we can withdraw economically from these people, right? And build within our own. When these people leave, we're going to go right back to thriving as a community, as a society, as a people, right? We don't need our kids growing up in a world where immigrants are going to continuously come here through anchor babies, through chain migration, through whatever exploitation programs they're coming up with and losing the things that our ancestors have fought for. These people talk about the ancestors did all of these achievements, right? But if we wasn't those same people, we would have lost everything that we've gained. These people don't care about that. This is the reason why creating a distinct black group, a delineated group, so other people can stand alone. They shouldn't have to have our protection when they come in here. If they want to come here, they need to earn the right to be here and grow through something, not hijack another person's experience and then take it upon as their own and talk about that was their ancestors when they can't prove which one of their family members were taken on what's the name of the ship and where did that ship go. None of them can tell you that. They don't even know who their third great grandparent is. I land my plane.
Okay, just to let the people know, the queue is long. We're gonna finish with the queue. Hold on, Eric. We're gonna finish with the queue, and then we will be closing for tonight. So, Eric, can you address the prompt?
Thanks for including me, by the way.
Okay. Hold on. What you say, beloved?
I don't know if it's intentional or skip.
What did you say?
I thought I was in the queue to be included in this conversation, dialogue, or shenanigans, whatever this is. Rebuttal. I want to point out these TikTok civil engineers that can't move out of their mama's cribs, but yet
hold on. How about this? I'll give something to y'all, because you must didn't understand when I explained the rules. No one is skipping you, but it's a process here on this panel. But I'll let you guys do open panel for a minute. Go ahead. Y'all can do open panel.
I thought you said you would like leave after that or something.
Nah, go ahead, beloved. You've been trying to come. We want to talk. Go ahead and talk, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just waiting patiently, right? So
no. Go ahead and talk. She made it open panel. Go ahead and babble now.
Beloved, I was before you. You don't understand her process. Beloved, love is a very fair host. If you want to rebut someone after they're done talking, you say, I want to rebut them. Two people get a rebuttal chance. You didn't say that. And if you
It's been explained to him 3 or 4 times already. He's just emotional as hell right now, desperate to say something. Write that shit down, bruh, so you don't forget, okay? And stop coming off the microphone.
Allow me to rebuttal then. Can I rebuttal? I mean, there's been a lot of points made. Now you're going to talk over me.
It was my turn to talk, though.
I've been muted the whole time.
No, Eric.
It was my turn.
I muted the whole time for a reason, bro. This is the reason why we kept your ass muted and you kept coming off mute. Nobody wants to hear you if it ain't your turn, bro. Why you can't respect the room?
I'm going to say what I got to say and then I can drop off. You know what I mean? So clearly, a lot of y'all.
You can't just respect the rules, bro. This lady got a whole panel with rules on it, and you immigrants come over here and y'all act like the damn animals out the zoo that you come from. Stop acting like a zoo animal and act like you got some damn decorum for once in your life. Okay, act like you got some discipline in your little filthy ass body for once in your lifetime. Okay, once in your lifetime, act like you got some daggone common sense and you can keep your ass off your daggone microphone. Okay, you don't have to be a filthy, uncivilized zoo animal your whole entire life, bro. But once you can shut up and stop being fascinated about the goddamn button. All right, you goddamn immigrants get a fucking button and be like, ooh, a button. Look, when I push this, I can hear myself. Ooh, and you push the button over and over and over again because you some bitches ain't used to no goddamn technology, bro. Stop acting like an uncivilized fucking zoo animal and get some damn goddamn discipline in your nasty ass body. Open your goddamn ears up and listen to what the host got to say. Does that make sense to you, stupid?
All right, peep game. Talk over me. You sound emotional. Who raised you, yo? Beta mother?
Nah, he sound passionate.
Bass in his voice.
Something that you lack. No, it ain't no beta nothing.
Not even speak. Look,
you probably cross your legs when you walk.
All emotional.
And this is exactly why host has a process. Look how the panel has Beloved, do you understand why the host has her process now, beloved?
You sound so young. You sound
because without process, this is what the panel does.
Man, you Africans ain't tough. You Africans are not tough.
I've been quiet. Interjected multiple
you sound
times.
so young.
Eric, you already know. Eric, you already know.
You already know. That's your problem.
No, everybody
you already know.
You're still piecing in the bed, ain't you?
You already know, Eric.
Still piecing in the bed, huh?
Eric, you know, don't you?
Meanwhile,
yeah, I know he piecing in the bed.
Yeah, you
But
better
he's
leave me
not.
alone.
Project manager of civil.
Leave who alone? I'm not me, Nick. I'm not one of them young ones.
How you know a
You
grown
come
ass
on
man
here.
listening to
I'm
you
not
there,
one of them
Eric?
young
Okay,
ones.
stop
We the
sleeping
same
with men,
age.
Eric. We don't even want to hear about your sexual fantasies, bro. We don't care about the men that you sleep with that listen to
Looking like a
men, bro.
motherfucking crypt
Keep that
keeper.
shit
Shut
to
your ugly
yourself,
ass
man.
up and
We
stop
don't
talking
care
to me.
about you filthy degenerate immigrants peeing all over
Shut
the
your
goddamn
ugly ass
bed,
up and stop
shitting
talking to
all
me.
over the damn living room, farting all over the fucking carpet, bro. We don't want to hear that shit, man.
Come
Keep
prove it,
that
you
shit to
dusty
yourself,
Teach
bro.
me
motherfucker.
how to move out of your hood real quick. Teach me how do I come out of a
Y'all don't get
small
tough until y'all
neighborhood
come here. Y'all want
that
tough on them
pretend
goddamn
there's
humanitarian
listen,
aid
a lot of
commercials.
y'all been stuck.
Your
You've been
hood, bro.
stuck.
Fucker,
You've
your
been
whole
stuck.
entire
You know
homeland
what
is a
Oh,
goddamn
we can
hood,
get it
and you
done.
let me
fled your
Okay,
educate
ass
let's
you on
get
the
here
word
done.
tether.
asking me how to move
Let me
out of a hood.
educate you on the word tether.
Won't you advise me on how
Let
to
me
stay in my
educate you,
community out of the money
helicopter,
that I
on the
need to
word
move out of
tether.
a hood,
We
bro?
already
Your
wrote
whole
the
entire
blueprint.
homeland is a
Your
slum, and you talking
neighborhood.
about how do
So
we
you
move out
don't
of a
even
We
hood?
know
already
what
wrote
So
the
you
civilization
tell me,
blueprint.
bro,
look
you
like.
fled your
You
homeland.
ain't kind
Tell
of
me what it
Cool
takes to get a
Power
Y'all
type
ain't
passport
number
guy.
when you
please,
was
You
bitch
just
ass
degenerate living
nigga
in
know
the
boy.
hood, bro.
whatever
Tell me
neighborhood you
how to
came
Had
from.
scam
to
your
roll
way
and
to
get
an
up under some
airplane to
muscle.
get out of a
What's
degenerate ass
crazy
hood,
is
bro.
that you guys
Explain
want
to
to
me how
take
that
the
shit works. I'll wait.
imperialist credit.
Ain't none of you
You are
hoes
the
ever created a
imperializer.
pathway
You're
for
the
citizenship in a
you
first world
overnight
nation.
you became the
Can't even
colonizers.
develop your own
Amazing.
country.
So who else did you
Gotta
Talking
let
about
colonize?
these
that's the
zoo animals
motherland.
talk right
Colonizers
now, bro.
and
Let the zoo
imperialists.
animal savages
Since
go
you
ahead
want
and
to
talk.
take credit when you were the minority, you want to take credit for being imperializers and the colonists and all these other things. When you don't have any power economically, financially, you can't even take care of your own neighborhood, let alone your home. Start from home. Take care of your kids, raise them right, and then you could scale that. If you can't even take care of your own house, how would you come on here as a civil engineer giving advice on how to fix things? FBA stands for a bunch of fools who believe anything. It's a minority. Nobody knows about y'all. Nobody knows about FBA until you come to TikTok. The average financially stable black dude who has
Okay, thank
resources, who has a
you,
portfolio, doesn't
beloved.
rock with y'all.
Beloved, the showdown is over. I hope you got a chance to say whatever you had to say. So we will be. Let me add these people up. After these people in the queue, we will be wrapping up. Let me see. Helicopter and indigenous was restricted, so we will definitely be wrapping this up again because my page will not be getting banned. So let's see.
In a way, they bring a division, host. I mean, you don't understand.
Um,
Like, I come in peace, but you got to know the audience. I didn't come here to rattle anybody's cage. I'm
okay,
sorry, but
you're centering yourself continuously right now. So Eric, go ahead. No, Eric already went, right, August?
I can't remember. Beloved was taking up so much space that he's distracted the whole
Okay.
panel.
And
see,
it's
if you don't
crazy.
take the tampons off, man. Go put on some boxers or something, man. Take off the women's
Beloved, shut the
panties.
hell up and go
Stop
on mute.
Okay.
talking to me with your hands on your
Excuse
head.
me. Thank you for
Don't
coming
talk to
up,
me with your hands
beloved.
on
You
your head,
have a
sir.
good night. Okay, so it's the final three. It's us three up here going to end the night because the queue is closed and everybody who was in it obviously they couldn't wait any longer. So August, you want to address the prompt?
It's my turn.
Is
You already went.
No, I haven't. Let him talk first.
You didn't
Eric?
go, Eric?
Eric, is it your turn? Because Eric has been saying it's my turn. I can't remember if he went or
You
not. I
didn't
think he
address the
rebutted.
prompt, Eric?
No,
No,
Chat,
I
I
did
think
didn't.
I
Eric
think that
address the
I re-
prompt?
I think the guy who went was the guy in the continent who
Okay,
sounds
go
sort of like
ahead,
it.
Eric.
okay.
Go ahead, Eric. Thank you, Jasmine. Go ahead, Eric.
Is black too broad to define people?
Thank you, Benita.
Black is broad, and black is all over the world. Okay, it's not. I'm a black man from Ghana. Okay, and I live in the United States here as naturalized citizen. I've been here 36 years. But the same thing is, I'm a black man. It don't change me. I'm not trying to portray to be a black man. I'm not trying to copy anybody. I was black before I came here. I was black before my great grandma. They were all black. They were considered black. One thing people don't understand is the slave that was taken from Africa, West and Central Africa, they were called black. So they came here and we were called black. Even in our language, black, like Africa in the language is called black. So if you just born 1982 or 1999 and you come out here still wearing diapers, running your mouth that we come here, we claim black. We don't claim black for anything because we've been called black. And what you don't understand is you read more, you understand more. The same oppressor that gave that name to you is the same oppressor that called us the same name. So what is your problem? You proud of being black man? Just like I'm a proud black man too. So what is your problem? Why are you worried? You want to delineate? Delineate. Ain't nobody holding your hands to delineate. But anytime you go to FBA panels, they're talking junk about Africans. How can you learn something for yourself? How can you develop your community while you talking junk about somebody? What is that for? You should learn how to prevent patterns in your community. Learn how to keep your youth out of jail. Learn how to keep your youth out of felonies. That's what you learn instead of talking about immigrants. When you talk about immigrants, let me explain immigrant to you. A lot of people don't understand
Land your plane, Eric.
Okay, immigrants means all people that come out from different countries, not Africa only. You forgot about Italian immigrants. Why don't you attack them?
Okay,
Attacking Africans.
land your plane, Eric. Was
Alan,
you?
I won't talk to you on my land.
Wait a minute, hold on. Was you here before?
Huh?
Was you ever over here before on my panel?
Yeah, I've been there. I come to your panel almost every night.
Did somebody call your son an African booty scratcher?
They do that.
Was that you who said that and you went to your neighbor's house?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought that was you. Okay.
And my son was even sitting beside me. He's half black American, half me. But this is TikTok. We don't take TikTok serious on certain things.
Okay. All right. Anybody got any rebuttals for Eric? I thought that was you, Eric.
It was me.
Yeah, I got a little rebuttal for him.
Okay, go ahead, August.
So Eric, you have to understand the spirit of what Black Americans are talking about when it comes to delineation. Because if everybody's black, nobody's black, right? You said you're from Ghana. In Ghana, they have the Ashanti, they have the Akan. The Akan themselves go into so many different categories, like the Asante and so on. So for you to be able to have all those delineations and to know your people at such a precise level, but at the same time insist that Black Americans are just going to be categorized under the big blob black, don't you think that's a little hypocritical of you? If you can recognize yourself at that level of granularity, why do you deny Black Americans that same right, sir? What is your problem with delineation? I just need you to explain that to the over 200 people on this panel who are listening.
Okay. When I spoke, I said I don't have no problem with delineation. You can delineate. The problem I have is FBAs. Anytime you go on their panels, they can't talk about themselves, how to progress, how to make things better within their community. But they talk bad about Africans. How can you focus on yourself while you're talking bad about somebody? You're so obsessed about small people. The poorest continent in the world is Africa, right? They call us all kind of names. But why are you worried about the poorest person? We don't care if you want to delineate. Take yourself away. Right? You can call yourself FBA. That's great. And I like some of the ideologies. But what I don't like is always talking bad about Africans and making themselves better than Africans. You can make yourself better than somebody and focus on that person. How are you going to focus on yourself if you in somebody's business 24/7? That's what I say.
Okay. All right, Eric, you got another rebuttal. Chris, go ahead.
All right. Hey, Miss Love. Good, awesome stream as always. The one thing he was saying, right, is over here you say you're black, but as he was saying earlier, over there in Africa, y'all have y'all tribes. So one of the key problems is that you're saying we're all together, but we're not all together when it comes to crime stats. But as we've been talking about throughout this whole stream, there's Africans, there's Caribbeans that are forced to mark the black box, even though they can mark the other box. So that is a problem. Don't you think delineation should be differentiating the numbers from what immigrants do to what Black Americans do, because the talking point always is Black Americans are the thugs and the EBTs and things like that. And if you're going to come and chastise us, do you chastise the same Africans the same way? Because I haven't seen it, and I think that's a problem as well. And I land.
Okay, let me answer you on this. Like I said, you can delineate, you can separate yourself. Africans, we're not worried about that. That's not our problem at all. And it's good for you to do that. All right? It's 100% great for you to do that. You twisting my point. My point is, whatever you do, if I call myself black, because I was called black before, right? You call yourself FBA. That's good. That's different between FBA and black. Black is a race to me. You said black is a term. It's not a term to me. It's a race. All right? We call white tea white tea. That's a race. We call Asians Asians. Chinese, they are Asians. You can't tell Chinese that, hey, you're not Asian. Why you call yourself Asian? Because Koreans are different. Yeah, I'm Ashanti. Of course. I'm Ashanti, but I'm still black. You're a black American. You still FBA. You want to be. Nobody's stopping you from being FBA. We don't criticize you. You go to Africa, they don't even think about
Okay,
FBA.
land your plane. You ready for your question, Eric?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If unity fails, what happens next?
Okay. Unity first, we are all screwed. I don't care who you are. Once you are black person internationally, we are all screwed. We become weak. The race itself will become weak. I don't care whether you FBA, African, whatever you think. If unity fails, we fail. I land.
All right, thank you, Eric. August, hey.
Hey, host, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Thank you for the gifts.
Thank you.
All
Thank you for
right, you want
inviting
to
me to the
address the prompt?
conversation.
Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. What?
Are you talking to Eric? You say something?
No, I'm talking to you.
Oh yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right, go ahead, August. I was telling you thank you for the gifts. Go ahead,
Oh yeah,
August.
of course, of course. You
Thank
know,
you.
after that showdown, I'm like, I need to give hosts some coffee or something for tomorrow. But yeah, I would is black too broad a category to define people? Yeah, I think if I was Black American, I would feel that black was too broad a category to define me. Just like I was telling the Ghanaian gentleman in his country, you know, you have the Moli Dagbon tribe, you have the Ashanti, you have all these groups, and they can recognize each other in that diversity. So to say that, you know, black people can't have that delineation is unfair to black people. Honestly, I think it's more West Africans who sort of push, you know, let's all just be black more than East Africans and Central Africans, to be honest. And I'm not really sure what the agenda is. I used to think it was a conspiracy that Ghana was trying to steal people's reparations, but now I'm a little concerned it might be truth. Um, but at the same time, I think if we look at Melania Trump, although Melania Trump can't even speak English, and she's a mail order bride from Slovenia, at the end of the day, she's considered a white woman, although she's very different from a white person who's been here a long time. So in a broad sense, blackness does imply someone who is just from sub-Saharan Africa, at least a long time ago ancestrally. And if you go to the Barbados Slave Code of 1661, King Louis XV's Code of Blackness of 1685, there's been a long history of categorizing African people under the category of blackness. So I wouldn't necessarily exclude Africans from being called black, but I do think terms like foundational Black American or some legal category on government forms to indicate which black person is from here versus which black person is from a more immigrant lineage is important, especially when it comes to programs that try to address the history of racism in this country. And I land there.
Somebody breathing hard than a mug. Anybody got a rebuttal for
Bash,
August?
Yeah, I do.
Who? King, King, go ahead, King.
I think he was
So
breathing at
yeah,
me. I'm not sure.
yeah. So I mean, listen, we have Germans, right? And we have people from France, and we have people from Spain. These are different people but then they are all white. It's the same as black, right? We can have Ashantis, we can have the houses, we can have the whatever, but we are all black. Like I said earlier, we don't have to write it down somewhere on paper before we recognize we are black. This is why we have the Black Stars as a Ghana national team. That's their name. Go and check. They are called Black Stars, right? And the gentleman was talking about people wants to steal their reparations. Nobody wants to steal your reparations. We're good with that. You, I mean, FBAs are fighting over money that they haven't even seen. That's what is funny about this, right? They don't even have the money, and they are fighting over it, right? So that's the funny thing about that, right? I don't know how you're gonna even get reparations.
Okay, land your plane. Land your plane, Sheree.
Right. So they have to go and convince the people that run this country that they are the indigenous black before they get the money. I don't know how they will do that because they don't have the fact.
Sheree.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I see what you did there.
Okay.
Land,
I was
land
I
your
was I wasn't
plane.
I wasn't paying attention.
Okay, land your plane though. It's
Right.
okay.
So I mean, listen, they have to go through Congress, right? They have to go through Congress to tell them, hey, we deserve this money, and this is and I don't know how they'll do that because I don't know. I'm waiting to see what happens. And I land here.
Okay, thank you. August final say.
Yeah,
Can I
well,
rebuttal with you?
Sheree, first you have to understand you're not talking to an FBA, you're talking to an African. So don't use the that talking point on me. Number two, you were talking about we're all Africans, then you almost immediately got into, or we're all black, and you almost immediately got into belittling reparations and the FBA movement toward reparations. So that itself contradicts what you were saying. And you talked about, oh, white people, Germany, this and that are white, but at the same time, whites did not undergo chattel slavery in this country. Whites did not go 100 years of legal apartheid in this country. So it's not the same, situation. So if there is a government program to bring diversity and it turns out all the kids benefiting from it are Ghanaian and Nigerian and none are actually foundational Black Americans with a history of slavery in this country, that's a problem, and people should not be shamed for pointing that out, King Bash. It's not HATE, it's just truth. Africans need to stop running away from the truth.
Can I
Thank you,
rebuttal?
August. Yes, go ahead, Eric.
Okay. August, August, bro, let me tell you something. You said something, said Ghana, you started thinking Ghana try to get reparation from black Americans here and what you said. Did you listen to what the Ghana president said when he came here? You didn't. That's why your problem is. He never came here to ask for reparations for himself or for Africans. He said the African descendants that was affected by the transatlantic slave trade. Okay? He coming here, didn't come and ask for any reparations to let United Nations, which is headquarters is in New York. Okay? That's why he came to New York. If it was in Germany, he would have been in Germany. To recognize that it's against humanity. Okay? And he was voted and he won. Okay? His submission, he won. So don't sit down there and try to exclude
Okay,
because you
Eric,
are
land your plane.
You are East African. You are East African or West African, so It doesn't make any difference. We didn't come here to disrespect Black Americans. Okay, so don't twist it there. Okay, I learned.
August.
Motivation the president of Ghana had showing up at the United Nations. The first question is, why was he showing up at the United Nations speaking on behalf of Black Americans without having consulted Black Americans as to whether or not Black Americans wanted or needed him to speak on their behalf?
He didn't speak on
Do
behalf of
you
Black
one sec,
Americans, sir.
Eric? One sec,
You
Eric.
lying, man.
Do you think Black Americans don't have any orators of their own? The people who produced MLK to speak on their
He
behalf
did
or
not
about the
speak for Black
transatlantic
Americans.
slave trade? Well, if he didn't speak for Black Americans, why is he at a Black American gravesite?
They
Right? Why is
invited
he
him.
showing up with? Would you be quiet? Why is he showing up with Al Sharpton?
He was
And why
invited by
should
them.
why should anyone trust Ghana given the behavior of
You don't have
Ghanaian
to
people
trust
on this
Ghana. You got
very
to trust your
channel, including
country.
yourself, who keep cutting me off? Right? And let's be honest, everybody knows that you're trying to use the plight of their ancestors in order to get debt forgiveness for Ghana. And you're
Ghana
illegal
don't
in
have
Ghana.
debt forgiveness. Ghana have
That's the
used their gold
agenda.
to get
You think people
paid
can't
their
see through
debt.
the plan?
Ghana don't have debt like that no more,
Sir,
sir.
you're not more intelligent than other people. People see right
You're
through the
not
plan.
neither. You come here and lie. That's the problem.
Eric, let him talk. It will be your time, please. Let him
Okay.
talk. Let me finish.
All right.
Let's just
You
move
need
on to
more
the main
time.
question
Okay.
because Eric was, disrupting me because I think I was touching some sensitive spots. I'm not sure, but
Okay, August, let me ask you this question. What would life be like for melanated immigrants in this country with millions of FBA/Black Americans against them?
I think it would become legitimately more difficult because I think a lot of melanated immigrants, and I'm not just talking about the Africans. I'm talking about Miss Chang who has the dry cleaner, Mr. Kim who's selling the hair products, Mr. Abu at the 7-Eleven. I'm talking about Ahmed at the grocery store in Bronx. A lot of people have just gotten very used to a very polite and welcoming and inclusive Black American community that said, you're melanated and I'm melanated, and let's be in a struggle together. And people took that for granted. Now, if this people showed the same level of disrespect that sometimes some melanated immigrants give and withdrew, I think a whole lot of businesses would suddenly go out of business, and a whole lot of people who are very prideful will fall down. Right? I think it says before the fall comes pride. So I think there should be a little more pushback from the Black American community. I really do, because people have taken the respect for granted. Right? So yeah, life will become legitimately more difficult because at the end of the day, Black Americans have demographic weight. There's like 45 million Black Americans. They're in many of the more competitive states politically. They have a lot of congressional seats. They're in the government. All the people boasting, like some Africans, not in this panel today, but other panels, oh, the Black people don't have any power. Well, yeah, they do. What do you call the Congressional Black Caucus, for instance? Right? And if they didn't have power, why does everyone want to be Black when they get in trouble and go to Selma to march? So yeah, I think there's gonna be trouble. So don't kick that stone unless you want to get by the snake under it. Is what I want to tell the other melanated immigrants.
Thank you for that submission, August. King Bash, you want to address the prompt?
Yes. Is black too broad to I won't say so, but I won't say so because like a guy said earlier, if we come together, right, we have power. But if we delineate or separate, then we have no power regardless. I know why some people want to delineate, because they think they're going to get money and they're going to share it with Africans. No, Africans don't want that money. Calm down, people. Oh, jeez. Okay. So I heard the guy talking about why did the Ghana government came to America to talk about slavery. Yeah, he has every right to come here. He showed up because it was his ancestors that were brought to America. They were enslaved. So he has every right to talk about that issue. And he only came here because the headquarters of UN is in America. He didn't come looking for your checks. You don't even have those checks to begin with. As an African, listen, I will tell you one thing, right? If you respect an African, I can promise you that they will respect you back. But don't never ever try that you're gonna disrespect an African and they will shut up. No, it's not gonna happen. If that's what you define as unity, it's not gonna happen. I can promise you, no African will let you disrespect them. Because guess what? That's how even slavery started, right? We are so nice people, and they took advantage of us, and that is done. The YT took advantage of our niceness. That's how slavery started to begin with. Because I'm not there, but I've thought about it. I'm like, how did this happen? Because physically they are not stronger than us. No, hell no. We've seen it. If we have to fight equally to start equally, they are not stronger than us. So I'm sure they took advantage of our niceness, right? Or our kindness, they will say. So we are done with that. Now we match everybody boot to boot. Yeah, I will land here.
All right, thanks, King Bash.
A rebuttal.
Yes. Anybody else got a rebuttal?
Yeah, let me, because he mentioned me, I'll rebut him too.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
He can go first. The other guy.
Go ahead, August.
He mentioned you.
Yeah, I just want to rebut one point, and because I know we're trying to wrap up. Sir, he did not just show up at the United Nations. If he just showed up at the United Nations, that would be one thing, and spoke at the General Assembly at the UN headquarters. This man took himself and showed up at the grave of the ancestors of Black Americans and presented himself there. That's where the FBA protesters met him. So he was clearly trying to use the polite and use the imagery and symbolism and historical grounding and literally the graves of Black Americans to push his agenda. So don't you ever come up here and pretend that he was just speaking at the United Nations and not using Black people from this country as a front for his agenda, whatever it was. Nobody from this country invited him to speak on this stuff. Nobody asked him. There's already a reparations movement, so he needs to speak on Ghana affairs and keep his mouth out of American business, especially Black American business. And I'm not even Black American saying this, I'm an African, but I know what the truth is and where justice lies, and I land there.
Thank you, August. King Bash, final say.
Yeah. So he came to that cemetery, right? The whole world believes that those ancestors lying in those cemeteries are African descendants, except FBAs. This is true. The man that went there, the Ghana president believes that's his people. So I don't know what you're talking about. And history has shown that.
Hey, King Bash, real quick, like how do he think those people inside those graves? Did he do some kind of testing? Did he do any kind of DNA testing inside the coffins or something? How do he figure those people are his direct ancestors?
Right. Remember this. We all believe that people were captured in Africa and brought to America and all parts of the world, right? Those are the slaves, right? So if those slaves were buried there, then he can say, "Oh, okay, those are my ancestors," right?
Wait, King Bash, real quick. I don't mean to interrupt. Can you repeat that? You said what now?
So we all believe that as African ancestors, like Africans, were brought to America through slavery, right? We all believe that they were brought all around the world, right? And if those cemetery are those ancestors, Of course, he believes that those are his ancestors, right? Because they were those that were transported from Africa, Ghana, and all over to America to work for free, right? So I don't think if he knows that those people are not his people, he will go there. But he believes, and the world believes, except FBA.
And who invited him to come?
Yeah, to come to where? To come to America?
Yeah, I'm just curious.
No, I mean, so I heard that all other Africans came together and gave him the blessing to go and talk about his ancestors, and that's why he came. He didn't come because of your checks. That man you see is rich. The people that know him is very, very rich. He does not need your money, right? So he's not here for you guys. He's here for his ancestors.
I got a question for Augustine. Can I ask him?
For who? Who you got? For Chris?
Augustine, the East African that was talking to
Wait a
me.
minute. Oh, for August. Okay, go ahead.
August. Okay.
Oh, wait. Hold on. It's King Bash turn. We got to finish up with King Bash. Okay.
Right.
Chris,
So
rebut.
so
Go
yeah,
ahead.
okay. So August was talking about who invited him. You guys have no power. You guys have no power to invite a big man like that guy. United, I think, United Africa, I think they have a name for it or something like that. They gave him
Okay.
the blessings to come. Not you. You can
Okay.
invite that man. He's above you guys
Oh, okay.
politically.
All right. Hold on. Chris, you got a rebuttal?
I do. All right. He was talking about, as much I always hear the Africans talk about the numbers in Africa. Yeah, y'all have a lot of numbers, but what about the mindset? If people's mindset doesn't match, then how does the numbers equate? So I'll give you an example. You say you're from Africa. I'm pretty sure you speak your tribal language, right? Is there any way that you can give us the tribal language for trader or sellout? If you have that name, could you please type it in the chat? And the reason why that's very important is because y'all have a name for the YT man, but you don't have a name for the people who take the resources, that's your leaders, and then they don't give them to the people. Y'all don't have a name for that. So how can we unify with people who don't have a name for the people who sell them out? We have names for our people. So that's one of the things that you were touching on. Now, the other thing you were saying is that we don't have any power. So how can 50 million plus voters who vote in elections don't have no power? I mean, that doesn't make any sense if we're voters. And the last and final thing that I would like for you to address as well is, I really care less about why the Ghana president was here or wasn't here or anything like that. I think that the money that he spent gassing up that jet, he could have spent that fixing the flooding in your homeland. I think that was a important thing that he could have done. And as I was, I don't understand how we can have unity with people who can't recognize the traders or sellouts within their Pacific tribes. I don't see how that's going to work. If you can answer to that, I would love to hear it, and I'll land my plane there.
Can I say something for a minute? Just
Yep. As soon as he do his final
No,
say,
yeah,
I want him
he
to
will
get
do
finish
this.
his train of thought, Eric. Go ahead. Final say, King.
So listen, the last time I checked, right, New York City got flooded recently, right? And when we talk about floods, it happens everywhere, Florida, everywhere, right? So don't talk like it only happens in Africa, right? So with that being said, right, so they keep on saying we Africans sold. Listen, nobody believes that. This is about more than 1,000 years old story. I'm not gonna believe the whitey side of story. No, 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 no. I'm not. But and there's no scholar in history that said Africans sold each other. There's no scholar, right? But if listen, okay, I can give you that we sold each other. If we sold each other, it will be the descendant of FBA because of their mindset, right? Because I wasn't sold, my family didn't sell me. I'm in Africa. My parents are in Africa. My grandparents are in Africa. So if you guys
Okay.
people got sold, it was you. Those in America right now. You sold yourself. You sold your family. Maybe you should look into that.
Wow.
right?
Okay,
So
hold on, King
maybe you
Bear.
betrayed your, yeah, maybe you betrayed your family, not me. So
Okay, just
don't
one
put this on
moment.
us.
All right, hold on. Go ahead, Eric.
Okay, I want to August. I know he says from East Africa. Um, now he tried to. I feel like he tried
Are
to.
you still you talking to you? I thought you had something to say to King Bash. No, we're not gonna stop so we can rewind and go back to August. It's King
I
Bash
just want to
time.
say.
I know. Hold on. When we let us get through because Chris waiting. We got to get through with this panel. I have to do something in the morning, so I'm gonna give you time to talk, but you got to hold on a minute. King Bash, you ready for your question?
Yes, please.
Okay. Are Black Americans' issues being deprioritized? Are Black American issues being deprioritized in favor of immigration reform?
Our black Americans issues should be what prioritized.
Are they being deprioritized, like pushed
Okay.
to the side for immigration reform?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Listen, with whether with immigration or not, if Black Americans, if they have the agenda, I don't see anything stopping them. Black immigrants can't stop Black agendas, right? That's why I was talking about power earlier, right? The only reason why Black people are where they are right now is because they have no power in Congress, right? If you look, majority of Black people in Congress are immigrants, right? Look at the people that vote against. Look at the people that vote against Black agendas. Mostly they are Republicans. Majority of them, but there are those that FBA likes, right? So how? Listen, if FBA will keep on voting for Republicans, you people are not going anywhere because we know they are those voting against all Black agendas, right? They don't even bring it to the floor sometimes to be voted. So I don't listen. Immigrants are not in the way of Black agendas, Black Americans' agendas. I think if Black Americans have an agenda and they want to go after it, immigrants won't stand in their way. Immigrants won't stop them. There's no way immigrants can do that. So I land here.
All right, thank you, King Bash. Chris, hey, you want to address the prompt tonight, or what you want to do?
That's the prompt.
Okay, go ahead.
Is black too broad to define a people? Yes, it is too broad. For the simple fact, forget about reparations, forget about all that stuff because most of the people who are talking about it will not qualify anyway. So that isn't. It's not even important. We have all kind of things going on, but it's really for the simple fact that I say for crime stats, EBT stats, all the Pacific stats that the immigrants come over and use as talking points. I know you can speak to that, Love. How many times you've been on the panel and they say that we're the face of EBT, we're the face of crime, we're the face of this. And it's simply that our government classified us 11 times so that we could be the face of criminality, so they would be able to open up their prison to school pipeline, different things like that, that the African or the Caribbean did not experience. And if they did experience that, that's because they came over here and they were cosplaying the Black American. The same way how the immigrants that he speak of that's in our politics, they don't run as immigrants. They run as Black Americans. And you just now found out that most of them are scared, like the people that come on this panel, to tell us where they're from. So that goes to show you who has the power, because you have to lie about where you're from just to run in our politics. Also, as well, as I said before, it's really just for us to destabilize these numbers to see who's really doing crimes and who's not. And the reason why we're having a fight for delineation is simply because they want to hide their criminality under us. Because if they didn't, then they would say it's us, it's we that's on food stamps. They would talk about the 81% of the Somalians, or they would talk about the different people in Haiti and the pork and beans and little Haiti and stuff who are all on EBT and food stamps. They would talk about that and say it's us on it, but they say it's the Black Americans. So therefore, delineation is necessary, and Black is too broad of a term, and it stands for those cotton picker and cotters and them Yankees and them African Americans, Black Americans, mulattoes, Negroes, all those names that we have. Y'all know exactly who we are, and y'all need to stop playing. And I'll land my plane there.
Okay, anybody have a rebuttal for Chris?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, go ahead, King Bash.
So listen, the main reason why American government make black Americans the face of crimes and EBTs and whatever, all the bad things. It's Republicans, to be honest, right? If you go to, like I said, if you go to American politics, the only people that talk down on black Americans are usually Republicans most of the times. But they are the same people, FBA, trying to align their, like, those are the same people FBA are trying to be with, right? Like they are, I don't know how to put it, but I mean, they do, I think they do favor Republicans. So those are the people that talk down on you guys. So, right? So don't put it on immigrants. Immigrants didn't do anything. And I learned here.
Final say, Chris.
Miss Love, he's not very versed into politics, huh? In our country, it was the Democrats who passed the '94 crime bill, sir, who locked up multiple Black Americans and put them into the prison to school pipeline that we speak about all the time. Those are the Democrats that did that. Also, as well, I don't think it's cool for you as an immigrant to try to tell us where we should vote and where we shouldn't. Of course, you would tell us to vote for Democrats because those are the ones who's advocating for the people in your ethnic group. I haven't once heard you advocate for people to come the right way. I haven't once heard you advocate for people to have the proper paperwork and documents that are required here in America to walk around, having IDs, having things like that. I haven't heard you advocate for our people to have these people in databases to see if they committed crimes or unalignment or things like that. You don't really care about us as Americans and our safety because you only care about getting more immigrants over here because that's the only reason why you would want us to vote Democrat. You should also want us to vote for what's in our best interest. So if there's immigrants coming over here and they're undocumented and they're doing unalignment in Texas coming from Africa and places like that, shouldn't we care about who's coming into our country? It seems like the red team is caring about who comes in our country. And a lot of people come over here and say, we just heard somebody say earlier, I'm coming over here to get what America took from me and I don't care how I get it. So he said he don't care how you get it. So should I take him at his word and just think that maybe he's not taking a nonviolent approach, or should I think that he's meaning any means necessary? These are all things that y'all need to think about, that we have to think about as Americans, because we can't just go back home to another homeland like y'all can. And I land my plane there.
Okay, Chris. So your question for the night: what would life be like for melanated immigrants in this country with millions of FBA/Black Americans against them?
Well, there's this old movie where they had, and it's called Annie, and they said it was cold as ice. It would most definitely be very cold as ice, and not just for deportations, but just literally because all of the different set-asides they used to get would be cut off, and they would really have to work by their merit and not lean on Black people's, our people, Black African Americans, FBAs, all those people, right? You won't be able to lean on our particular accomplishments that we got in this country. I mean, it's been proven that the Constitution's been changed 3 times, and it's been changed on account of Black Americans. There's no other ethnic group that can say, oh, we went and made the Constitution be changed. It's us that can say that. So therefore, it's just they want to hide under that. You know, when I go ask Gronk and I ask ChatGPT, you know, about these same things, they say that the immigrants really will be in a tough situation. So they're scared to know what's about to happen to them. And at the end of the day, I mean, this is things we've been telling them for 60 years. They didn't listen to us. So at the end of the day, it is what it is. And I land my plane there. But I still got 55 seconds. Miss Love, I just want to tell you that you're doing an interesting show. I'm liking that you letting everybody have their opinion. You know me, I never come off mic. I let people say what they're going to say, and I rebuttal them on whatever it was they said. I think that you're having an interesting, good debate, and things like this need to happen. I think a lot of people just never debated before in college or nothing like that to understand how this works. So they keep coming off mic and complaining, plus to debate the points. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate everything you do, Miss Love, because this is like a college style debate. It's like a college style debate where we could debate different talking points back and forth, and you allow everybody to have their say, and I think it's a good thing. And I think more people should follow your motto, your template on how to have more better conversations than what we have in some of these panels. And I land.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Chris. And I appreciate your support. Final says, y'all. Final thoughts of the night. Nisi Fly. Okay, Eric, final thoughts of the night.
Hello.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, Niecy Fly. Hold on, Eric. Final thoughts of the night.
Yeah, I like your panel. I like your show. I like being here with you. I enjoyed everybody up on the panel tonight, and I also would like to thank you for the gifts. And thank you, Chat. Good job, Chat. And I land my plane. See you tomorrow.
All right, thank you. Eric, final thoughts of the night.
I really appreciate your panel. It's a great panel. You give everybody the chance to talk. But I want to say one thing. Africa is really really big. When one person go do something wrong, they classify, they stereotype all Africans. When the East Africans came here last couple of months ago, scam United States healthcare. It was all Africans helping them, defending them, and now they turn around and try to be unique. They try to draw y'all's attention off from them. They're still there. They are the most dangerous, apart from Kenya. Kenya is the best in East Africa. The rest of them, I can't say nothing about it. Thank you. I land.
All right, thanks, Eric. August, hey, final thoughts of the night.
Yeah, final thoughts are they say black is too thick a skin to wear for all our kind, but press your ear against it, friend. One pulse is what you'll find. But anyway, thank you, host, for having this panel. Thank you, everyone, for coming on. People I agreed with, people I disagreed with. Host is always fair. I think some people don't understand her process, but when we went on that showdown or whatever it was called, you understand why host has her process, right? Because otherwise it just turns into chaos. But I'll see you next time, host. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for participating, August. King Bash / Sheree, your final thoughts of the night.
Okay, listen. Um, Listen, the reason why Republicans are against immigrants coming here is not because to help the Black Americans. To be honest, right? Because we've seen Trump bringing in white immigrants, right? It's all about control and power. They know the more they have the numbers, the more they have the power. Right. So don't think that is for you, Black Americans. If the Republicans say, "Hey, we don't want immigrants here," it's not for you. It's for them. It's for their own benefit. I would say another thing. Then I'll leave. Right. My question is, the crime bill. The guy was talking about. If you are not a criminal, how does that affect you? If you don't commit crimes, how does that affect you? I mean, I don't see Democrats talking down on you guys like all kinds of names. It's the Republicans. And I learned here, good show. And thank you, host. You catch me. I'm Ray.
Mhm. You're welcome, King Bash. Chris, final thoughts of the night.
Most definitely, the Democrats most definitely called us names first so they could get past all those bills that you should know about, the 94 crime bill. But I also wanted to add in, since you wanted to talk about our history, did the YT man create the tree of forgetfulness? Did he create that, or was that an African creation? I just want to know, because I heard an African tell me they created the castle in Amina, so they created the gate to nowhere. So did they create also the tree of forgetfulness to walk around 9 times if you're a male, and then you walk around it 7 times if you're a female, so you can forget what they're doing to you? Was that an YT man invention or African man invention? I'll land there.
Okay, my final thought is basically thank everyone for coming out. Shout out to Netherboo, shout out to Cars. I don't know the name, it's Cars something, but shout out to all the gifters, shout out to Chris, everybody for gifting me and the panel. And I also decided not to do a midday show, so we can scratch that. I'm gonna focus on my nighttime show and try to get this better. And I just appreciate all y'all, and we'll see y'all tomorrow. Thanks for coming. See you, C-Note. See y'all.